I just go where I put. Would you around the world? This is the beautiful in St. John, the final of the Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20 League. After weeks of competition, we are here, the grand final. It's St. Philip versus St. Michael. Yours truly, Anmar Goodrich Boyce, alongside Kishmar Kaplan, for what promises to be an enthralling final in this T20 competition. Kishmar. First ball.
Very good start. First up for St. Philip. Good night to you, Anmar, and to all the viewers. St. Philip winning the toss and deciding to bat on this wonderful batting surface. They have a very heavy batting lineup, so they'll be looking to post in the range of around 160 to 180 on this track.
Yeah, very good bowling so far. Good length. Really just encouraging Clark just outside the off stump in that area. Clear plan from the bowler early on. Really two of the best teams so far in this competition, and deservedly here in the final.
But they would have done all of the hard work to get here, so they will continue to execute the great skills.
Down to the third man region, just get the single. So yeah, St. Philip off the mark.
Another good delivery ball, just short of a good length on top of the off stump, finding the outside edge on that occasion. So that is the area that all of the seamen should be looking to hit tonight on this surface. It's a fast scoring ground. You have to be very careful with the lines and lengths that you do bowl here at God Hill St. John.
Yes, Michael it is as off the mark, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Edwin Curtsy Barnett, the opening batsman for St. Michael, has been really well throughout the tournament. One of the leading scorers for the competition.
Yeah, scored so far 159 runs from 4 innings with an average of 39.75, including 106 against St. John. It was a very destructive innings that night. So the St. Michael team will heavily be dependent on Edwin Currency Barnett, the very experienced player who plays for the YMPC club in the elite division. He would have also had a stint in BIM 10 earlier this year. So loads of experience here at the top of the innings for the St. Michael team. Beautifully bowled again. A very good start by St. Philip. Hitting that hard length on top of the off stump. Letting the deliveries shape away and come back in. Not too full, not too short. Brilliantly bowled. The score 1 without loss after 1 over.
And so the over comes to an end. As you mentioned, very good start here from the bowling team. And this is what you want to see from a final. There he is, the bowler. Very good first over to begin with.
You couldn't ask for a better start than that, especially on a fast-scoring ground here at God Hill St. John. That definitely placed the St. Michael team under some pressure for that first over. However, the St. Michael team, they have a very deep batting lineup. The likes of Joshua Morris, Jordan Jones, very experienced campaigners at this level.
It's going to be Kamari Griffith, the new bowler. Bowling from the other end. Important for this St. Michael team to get some runs on the board. So Philip will be hoping for early wickets. So Clark picks up his second run. We had a look at the pitch a bit earlier. We'll get that for you in a bit. But yeah, a good batting surface. Kishmore.
Beautifully bowled by Griffith. Easily getting some purchase off the wicket from that delivery. Griffith, a former Barbados on the 17 player. Very experienced campaigner.
That's very well bowled again. Has started well here, Kamari Griffith. Putting Barnett under a bit of a pressure here. That's gone. And it will be the first boundary of the final.
And they got the treatment that they deserve. And wide on that occasion, Evan Currency Barnett, the two players that Kamari Griffith has out are feeling that low on and
Sharper.
And bring those deliveries back in as the off spinner to Currency Barnett. Anything wide of the off stump would definitely be a free hit to him. That's a better delivery. They force him to just stroke that delivery down the ground for one. So that's the area that Kamari Griffith will have to hit consistently at the dangerous Evan Currency Barnett.
Yeah, just the one delivery left, and this is second over. Clark is on strike. Edge and gone. Kamari Griffith strikes. And it's Clark who has to depart. And it's just what the St. Philip team wanted. And Clark has to go back to the pavilion.
Eugene, in cricket, we always speak about coming inside the house, and that was a perfect example. Well executed by Griffith. Coming inside the house, just taking it outside edge. Really did take him by the wicketkeeper. Just look at that celebration by Griffith. Just running to the cover region. He knew he got his player in Clark. That was a base scout for the St. Philip team.
So Clark goes for two. It's the end of the over as well. It's 7 for 1.
So a lot of pressure will be mounting on the broad shoulders of Currency Barnett, being the leading run scorer so far in this competition for the St. Michael team. He was involved, him and Clark would have been involved in some very good partnerships at the top of the order for St. Michael. However, that is not the case tonight.
Zachary to continue.
Good areas again by Carrington, who is just into that off stump line and length, a hard length on this wonderful batting track. Just having the batsman under tremendous pressure. He's not coming too full, he's not coming too short. He's finishing all of his deliveries on top of the off stump. He'd have actually found the outside edge of Currency Barnett in his previous over. These are some good lines and lengths. Let's see if he can maintain this wonderful lines and lengths. These wonderful lines and lengths that he's bowling. If he can bowl his 4 overs and go for less than 12 runs, he has done his job tonight for St. Philip with the ball.
Yeah, just the 2 runs conceded so far. Yeah, that one just went down the leg side, and you see there the umpire signaling like boys. Yeah, not a fast start from this St. Michael team. As you mentioned, Barnett being the leading run scorer for his team, he would have known that the bulk of the scoring would be resting on his shoulders. He's got his captain out there with him. Yeah, swing and a miss there from Barnett.
Good areas again by Carrington. He got too straight on the previous delivery, and he followed it for a wonderful delivery on top of the off stump, short of a good length. So this is pressure. You always talk about batting pressure. This is some bowling pressure. This is a wonderful bowling partnership so far between Carrington and Griffith.
Edge. Oh no, he's put it down. That was a chance. A big one as well. Tennyson Roach Jr., the fielder at slip. Carrington will have to do it all again.
That should have been taken, Anmar. Carrington working extremely hard, working up some good gas, bowling some very good lines and lengths to the dangerous Currency Barnett, creating that chance. Could this be the chance that costs St. Philip tonight?
Yeah, very well bowled again, and that's a good single. But actually opted to go back, so not taking the single. She went straight to the fielder.
This brings Joshua Morris to the crease. The captain, he has scored 72 runs from 5 innings with an average of 14.40 runs. He has not turned up so far in this competition, so he will definitely be looking to turn up for his team tonight. Beautifully bowled again by Carrington.
Yeah, very well
good
bowled.
over.
Yeah, very well bowled. As you mentioned, the over comes to an end. It's 10 for 1.
So Currency Barnett will be looking to really and truly make the St. Philip team pay for that drop chance. You can see the disappointment in Tennyson Roach's face. He obviously knows the true importance of not taking that catch. They'll be hoping to get another chance from Currency Barnett. If they can dismiss him very cheaply, then the St. Philip team will be well on their way to make further inroads into this dangerous batting lineup of St. Michael.
Griffith to continue. Yeah, big chance there, miss. Tennyson Roach Jr., the feel that slip. Normally a good fielder, Tennyson Roach. That catch really should have been taken. Morris yet to get off the mark.
Beautifully ball by Griffith. Just finishing on top of the off stump. Morris just sitting deep back in his crease on that occasion. It was a delivery that he could have straight out to and drive through the covers, but because the ball is still new and arming away at times, he decided to just play it deep in his crease.
Chance for the catch. Straight through him. So Morris will get off the mark with a boundary.
That was another drop chance. That should have been taken. The fielder at backwards square leg. He was caught napping so early tonight, and Murray is just 13 minutes past 7 o'clock here at Galhouse St. John. That was in the air long enough that it should have been taken.
Probably had a hard day at work today.
Morris is another player that you can't afford to drop at this level. He can definitely make you pay. So you have to take these half chances and chances when they do come to you.
Yeah,
the ball.
Yeah, and you were making the point that again is another good delivery. And when you have two batsmen like Morris and Barney at the crease, have to take those chances. This is in the air. There's a man running wrong. Oh, there. Drops just short of the two fielders. Bit of pressure. Bit of pressure as you see. Morris going for the big shot. You'd be happy that that landed safely.
Morris was calling for two, but Currency Barnett was not interested in any form or fashion of coming back for the second. That was well bowled again by Griffith, who just took the pace off of that delivery and gave it some airflow to that delivery, encouraging Morris to lift his head up to the close as he attempted to go over the top for a maximum.
Yeah. Final ball of the over. Ends with a dot. St. Michael 16 for 1.
So a very good start with the ball from the St. Philip cricket team. A few drop chances so far that should have been taken. I think Amerfta can really and truly tighten the screws and improve their standard of fielding. They will put their team, they will put their team in an advantageous position to lift this trophy tonight. However, catches make matches, that popular saying, it never gets old.
Yeah, good to see some of the folks from the community out watching this final tonight. Here's Carrington to continue. Yeah, good quick single there from Morris. And they want to rotate the strike here as long as picking up boundaries and sixes. You can see on your screen so far the projected score just 82. Have been scoring at just 4.08. They wanted to get up to perhaps a 150 or 160. Yeah, that's a good stop. The difference between 1 and 2.
Good areas again by Carrington. Brilliant effort by the fielder at cover. Save a couple runs there on that occasion. They've been fully outstretched to his right.
Yeah, that one just a bit too wide outside the off stump. Yeah, well left by Morris. has been bowling so well here, Carrington. Just the 6 runs conceded from his 2 overs, now into his 3rd. As you mentioned, Kishmar, getting those lengths right, so important in this format of the game. T20, the shortest format. That's glorious. A shot of authority from Joshua Morris. And it gets to the ropes for a boundary.
That was beautifully driven by Morris. Former Barbados on the 15, on the 17, on the 19 player. He's a very experienced campaigner who plays for the Wanderers Cricket Club in the Elite Division. So as I mentioned earlier, Amber, this is a very talented young man. Currency Barnett is also a very talented young man, and you can't afford to drop these players. These guys are very experienced. They're to rub shoulders with the likes of Dwayne Smith from YMPC. That is for Currency Barnett. And then from the Wanderers perspective, you have guys like Raymond Reefer, Kurt Evers, Rashawn Primus that he plays with. So a lot of knowledge to be attained from playing with those former Barbados players and current Barbados and West Indies players. So you can't afford to drop these guys at this level. That was the first bad ball that Carrington would have bowled so far in his spell. Just missing his length on that occasion.
Glorious again from Morris. No need chasing that one. Gets to the fence.
Carrington just too fun and wide on that occasion. That was a beautiful square drive. As you heard Amar, the teammates of Morris from St. Michael shouting for Dollar. Oh, Dollar, look at that. Beautifully played. He just kicked his right knee into the air with authority when he executed that square drive.
Final ball of the over. In the air. Chance for the catch. Not quite, the fielder running back. And it lands safely. And the over comes to an end. St. Michael 28 for 1. And it's time for a commentary change. Henry Wallace and Andy Payne are standing by.
So very good evening to you, Hendy Wallace.
Good evening to you, Andy, and good evening to all of our viewers. A bit of a nervy start, I would say, from the St. Michael's side, although the last over produced a few more runs, but credit, I think, should go to St. Philip. Quite an impressive opening spell from Carrington and Griffith. I was a little bit surprised that they gave Carrington the extra over. Not often you see 3 overs on the trot, but I could see why the captain wanted to do it, because it was such an impressive first 2 overs. The length was immaculate, just on a good length, slightly short of a good length. However, in his last over, he seemed to just miss that length a bit and overpitch, and it was punished.
Yes, it was a good start there by Carrington, like you rightfully said. But the first bowling change of the night is Tennyson Roach Jr. He's coming to replace Griffith from the southern end, Hindi.
Yeah, Tennyson Roach will want to follow up the good work that we've seen from Griffith, and he probably wants to make amends as well for the mistake he made in the field. And just looking at it there, just wondered if he may have just picked up the ball late as the fielder who was at backward square as well. Certainly from a slip position, as you look from where Roach is bowling at the moment, just on the non-striker, that tends to slope away slightly. So it could be a little bit tricky in trying to judge the height of the ball coming to you at slip.
Yeah, that missed that chance, like you said, Roach. But you can see that little incline, so the height could have been a factor. But he's coming to bowl his all spinners to Josh Morris, who's looked very good.
Yeah, he's timed the ball well. He's hit the gaps as well, which is also important. And he was very circumspect at the start. And I suppose understandable, losing an early wicket and seeing one or two chances. He just really wanted to get the measure of the bowling and to get the pace of the pitch. It looks like a good batting surface.
Yes, it looks a very good surface. Also, Morris being the captain of this is St. Michael's side, obviously he will want to put his head down and really bat them into a respectable total.
Yeah, we didn't see too many attempts at the batters trying to take advantage of the fielding restrictions. And I guess you could say it was mostly orthodox cricket. Not that I'm disappointed to see it in T20 cricket.
Well, not on this occasion. That's a lovely shot there from the bat of this man, Edwin Curtsy Barnett. A fantastic shot. Ball given some air from Tennyson Roach Jr. And he leant all into that, hit it over the top. A fantastic shot from the young man who's been in really good form in this tournament.
Yes, we talk about orthodox shots, and that's about, you give it full marks for that. Playing slightly inside to out and just waiting at the last moment and deliberately hitting the ball over the infielder, and he hit it so well it cleared the boundary by some margin. Of course, that's downwind as well, and getting full value for that particular shot.
A very good shot. You saw that on the replay. Got right to the pitch of that and extended his arms lovely and hit it over the top for the first maximum of the night. Like you said, Currency Barnett, he was good enough to score a century in this tournament so far. So here's a man who's in good form. Again, just having a look at that Hindi. Look at the extension of the arms.
Yes, and as I said, allowing the ball to come on to him. Very often we see batters prepared to go down the pitch, but he trusted the surface. There's not a great deal of spin, but it was full enough and a beautifully executed inside to out shot for 6.
So that completes the power play. St. Michael's 35 for 1 after the first 6 overs. And the man who a lot of people will come here to watch tonight, I think looks like Stephon Griffith. Very aggressive fast bowler. He's got some pace. I'm sure a lot will be here to see what he can generate on this surface.
Well, I think if he paid attention to the display from Carrington, who was prepared to bowl back of the length, not a great deal of change-up deliveries. He backed his ability to hit a hard length, and that caused some problems for the batters. There was one drop catch at slip as well. So it'll be interesting to see how Griffith will approach it. As you said, he's quite aggressive, and he really prepared himself tonight for this final.
Like we said, just coming in after the power play over the first 6 completed by the St. Michael's side, 35 for 1. You see Edwin Currency Barnett, he's on 15 off 15, and Josh Morris, he's 16 off 16. So scoring at 100 runs a ball there, these players. Just trying to get a partnership going, losing that first wicket in Clark. But they want to post something in a good region here. You was asking a bit off air what I think would be a good total. So I say anything over that 160 mark. From all conversations, that seems to be the par score.
Yeah, I think 160. The batting team will be very happy with that. Of course, if they can keep wickets intact, and then maybe have a surge at the back end of the innings, the last 5 or 6 overs, then there's no telling. They could score at 10 runs and over if they really have wickets intact. Now what St. Philip will want to do is to try and keep taking wickets and just put some pressure on that middle order. So Griffith again. Looked like a slightly slower delivery or mistake there in the field. Griffith will not be too impressed with that.
Yeah, Fast bowlers be very disappointed with that. Ball just driven up to the man there, extra cover, who should have fielded that one, but he misfielded it, and an easy single going up there. So let's see what Griffith will retaliate with.
And interesting to see that the fielders are drying the ball a bit. See, that was slightly slower. I think the batsman had to check, and he would have expected his fielder to do a little bit better there. But as I was saying there just now, Andy, just interesting to see that the fielders are making a real effort at drying the ball. So maybe some dew out there at the moment.
Again, a lofted delivery, and that one seems to be caught. Taken by the man at the sweeper position. So Currency Barnett, he's lost his wicket here. A lovely judge catch by that man out there in the sweeper region. A slow delivery again, it seems like, coming out from the man Stefan Griffith. And Currency Barnett inside out with that shot. Wasn't good enough to hit that one, like you said earlier. The previous over, it was downwind. This one seems to be going upwind and didn't seem to get all of it. So he's lost his wicket. So the second wicket going down for the St. Michael side, that the man of Currency Barnett.
Yeah, living by the sword and dying by the sword. The breeze assisted him in the last time, but this one was a little bit wider, and I thought maybe he had just to reach for it a bit, and went very high in the air. But excellent catch there, very well judged. He had a fair idea where he was in proximity of the boundary line, and was able to take the catch quite comfortably. And we know at night too, Andy, it's always difficult with the depth when you're looking into the dark background, but he made that look very easy indeed.
Very well judged catch. You can see, like you said, he took his time, kept his eyes on it, and like you said, he knew where he was from the perimeter and held on to a very good catch. So that danger man in Currency Barnett, he's going, like we said, he's been the foreign batter. He got a century some early in the tournament. So to see the back of him. But the new batter now is Jadon Jones. He's a man entrusted to probably forge a partnership with his captain Morris.
Well, they know each other well, and there will be some nerves there. Don't doubt it for one moment. And the St. Philip team just making him wait a bit, making a few changes. So Jaden Jones to take his first delivery from, no doubt, a very rejuvenated bowler. Pace on delivery on that occasion. And sometimes you wonder if the temptation isn't there for the captains to just support the bowlers, not for the entire over, just for a delivery or two, just to give them a little bit of support in that slip cordon.
Yeah, I would have been inclined to put the first slip there as well, Hendy. Like you said, Griffith, a little bit of pace, tail up after picking up that first wicket. And obviously the new batter in, you would think that he would want to get a little bit more on the aggressive side, the captain.
Again, that extra bit of pace for the new batter. So going past the outside edge, going past the under edge. Surely you would think it must be worth a risk, for the point of a wicket. But maybe they're just sticking to their plans.
Yeah, they're probably just sticking to the plan. But the good over in the making so far, just conceding 1 run, picking up that vital wicket of Currency Barnett. But it's been a very good over so far. He's got pace on. You see him using his variations from early.
What a delivery to finish. Now, if that doesn't give any encouragement to a captain to give him a slip, I don't know what would. That one just angled in and just holding its own. And there was Jaden Jones looking for the expansive drive. But again, beating the outside edge. Fantastic over there from Stefan Griffith.
So very good over, like you said. 36 for 2 after 7. I can see the crowd beginning to grow here, Hendy. You can see the kids out and enjoying the night skies. It's a very lovely evening here. A little bit of breeze coming over there from the eastern side. But like you said, the spectators just coming here in the numbers. You can hear the blowing in our earphones here, Hendy. But a lovely night here at Gall Hill.
Yes, a very encouraging night, and the 7 o'clock start, so people still making their way in. And they'll see that St. Michael has been a little bit under the cosh. Just over 5 runs and over. Having lost 2 wickets already. Another bit of a fumble there in the outfield. And surely St. Philip will not want to be giving up any easy runs, because we're talking about a good surface, and once they keep losing wickets, it sort of just changes the whole dynamics of the approach from the St. Michael batters as to what is a suitable total. They would have made an assessment after 4 or 5 overs given how the pitch is playing, but when you keep losing wickets, that whole dynamic does change. Slip in place.
Yeah, it seems like Captain Bishop himself. Oh, again, a little bit of waywardness. That ball just played out quietly to the man there at cover. Saying a wayward return to the keeper, who had no chance of that, but good backed up by the man there from square leg. So all's been as well, but good to see him putting in a slip. Jaden Jones, the new batter, batted some 4 deliveries so far, yet to get off the mark.
A good return there from the deep. I think it's the same fielder that took the catch in the outfield. It's got a rocket arm. That's a fairly big boundary down there.
Yeah, it's coming up wind as well. A very nice throw. Like you see, like you said, the drain of the ball, very proficiently there. You see Roach Jr. just draining that ball. So some dew must be definitely out there, Hindi. I've watched a few of these games, and the dew factors really came in. So the team feeding in the second innings, it's been really heavy dew. So dew factor definitely will come into play. As you see that one work out to the man there at deep mid wicket. So just another single. 39 for 2, Hindi.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's a fair size outfield. The outfield's a little bit on the heavy side. Obviously, there's been some rain about, so the ground staff would have their work cut out. So we don't expect the ball to really run too freely away. And good anticipation there by the fielder in the deep. They were hurrying for the first run, maybe looking for a mistake, but the ball not really running that quickly. So they may just have to reassess what is a good target here, unless you're a boundary hitting team. You know, certainly you realize there are not going to be too many 2s or 3s this outfield.
Yeah, good assessment. Said not a lot of 2s on offer so far. Another good delivery there by Roach Jr. to close out over number 8. One beaten Joshua Morris outside the off. Good take there by keeper Greenwich. So at the end of 8 overs, St. Michael winning the toss. They're 40 for 2. Morris, the captain, he's very much there on 19 off 21. And Jones, he's on 2 off 6.
So just about 5 runs and over, and no surprise that Griffiths will continue. But still no slip, Andy, so captain clearly not convinced.
Yeah, you haven't done enough. You haven't done enough to earn that slip, Hindi.
Well, if he hits that outside edge and it goes wide of the keeper, Griffiths is going to go absolutely ballistic. Which
I'll tell you what, he's done well. He's bowled some 7 deliveries, just conceded 1 run. So 6 top balls in his first 7. So a good start there by Stephon Griffith.
Yeah, he would almost be inclined as well to have that fielder in the circle instead of the long on for Jaden Jones, who's faced some 8 deliveries. But maybe just erring on the side of caution is the captain.
Yeah, like you said, they're probably very strategic in the way they've gone about it for the tournament. So they probably know with the majority of runs being scored off of Griffith. So just giving him that protection, probably in those areas. Like you said, but pretty heavy outfield, rightfully said Hindi. So 2s will be at a minimum here, really. And so far, you haven't seen that many, if any, at all, in the innings.
That's good work again. You just keep an eye on that current run rate. It was over 5 runs and over a couple of overs ago, and St. Philip just doing well enough to pull back that run rate. We're now at 4.9 runs per over. So St. Maurice will be getting a little bit edgy now.
Good delivery.
Oh dear, yeah, overstepped.
Well, he's gone over the front crease. But pace on that one, Hindi. That one carried very nicely through to the keeper Greenwich. But like I said, just probably striving for that additional pace. He just infringed that front crease.
And that's one of the challenges for the bowlers as well, when you try to disguise your change-ups and then going for the extra pace, you may have just extended that front leg a bit more and infringe on that popping crease, but it can happen.
So that's a free hit. He's just trying to get 2, but good work again by that guy in the outfield, that deep mid wicket. So just 1. It seems like you said, that arm coming from down there in the deep, Hindi is getting a very good return up to the keeper. So just restricting him 1 on the free hit. So I think Griffith, he'll be happy that he didn't cause too much damage to his bowling figures and to the team.
Well, not in that delivery, but he's infringed again. So it's another free hit. There's another no ball. As you said, not too much damage, just 2 singles from the 2 free hits. Just a little bit of indiscipline there on that occasion.
He's got no of that. So he just needs to be cautious as to his landing. But like you said, quiet times really for the St. Michael side. Just
slightly over pitch, and Morris just playing with a slightly open blade, eluding that fielder at the backward point position, and a welcome boundary. It just shows you when the momentum just changes slightly. Those 2 no balls just working in the favor of the batting side.
yes, just losing it there a little bit. Griffith, just erring on the fuller side, like you said, and Morris just opening the face at the man at backward point. He thought he would have dived over it there. He wasn't able to hold on to it on the boundary. So just you see how he could close out this over. Remember, his first over just conceded just 1 run. He's gone for 10 in his second over so far.
Morris just giving himself a little bit of room and opening up that offside. As you said, the field at backward point probably could have done a little bit better. But Morris will be glad to get that boundary just to get that run rate going again. I think that was what, 9-10 runs off the over.
Yeah, I think it was some 10 runs. So the over comes to an end. Really, just seeing a little bit of a back change there. At the end of 9 overs, they're 50 for 2. Jones, he's on 4, and Captain Morris, he's really trying to fight the fight here, carry the fight to the St. Philip side. He's on 25 off 25. So Griffith being very disappointed in that over, conceding some 10 runs. But it's Roach. He's going to continue from that the southern end.
Going to take on the arm on this occasion, and he really had to hurry, but a very strong throw indeed from the cover boundary. He did fumble on the boundary, and I think that was enough to encourage the batters to go for the second run. They took the arm on. It was a strong return again. Keeper having to reach high to his left, but they got back for the second run very comfortably.
Just looking for 2 on this occasion. 1, play that one down to long. Yeah, it seems like he have lost his footing, that man, on the sweeper area. But like you said, his arm, a very strong return. He's throwing the ball in there very hard. Bullet throws, really. But good running between the pair.
And Jones doing the right thing, just getting off strike and nudging that one down to short third man. And you probably St. Philip missing a trick here, not getting the fielders in the circle a little bit closer to Jones when he's on strike. 5 off 11 deliveries. I think ideally they probably want to bowl as many deliveries to him as possible.
Yes, remember he's saying it's a pretty heavy outfield, so once the pace goes on it, so good running on this occasion. They picked up a 2 on that occasion, and he's just working that one well. Pace, you had to take the pace off of that one, and the man from mid-wicket had a long way to come in, and they were good enough to get 2. Good aggressive running, so well played there by Josh Morris, picking up another couple, taking his score up to some 30. So a well-weighted shot there by the batsman.
Yeah, he got away with that one. Mistake here at the non-striker's end. I think everybody was caught by surprise there. I think Morris mistimed the stroke. He was annoyed with himself. But there was Jones backing up, looking for the run. I think it caught the fielder at backward square by surprise. Roach, the bowler, didn't get back behind the stumps. So it was a comedy of errors there. But in the end, no damage done to St. Michael. And Morris picking up another run.
Yeah, just looking, like you said, the man from backwards square could have probably held on to it. And like you said, Roach didn't get back to his mark. So this time he goes for the sweep. And that one swept in front. The square should be another couple here. The man from mid-wicket had to run around to his right. So Jones just going into the sweep shot and playing that one expertly and picking up a couple. So that's 10 overs completed, Hindi. At the end of 10, they're 60 for 2 to St. Michael's side, winning the toss and elected to bat first. Josh Morris, the captain, he's on 30. And his partner in Jadon Jones, he's on 5, I can tell you, scoring at some 6 runs over. Well, the projected score is 120. Remember we said probably par 160, but probably some assessments be made. But what they've got, Hindi, is that they've got some 8 wickets in the hatch as we go about to take a break here as well.
He was caught by Shamari Gibbons off step one wicket for 15. This is the inaugural Barbados Community Cricket Program.
So Andy Payne has left me and ably replaced by Kishmar Catlin. Kishmar, interesting start so far. Probably not the flying start that we have come to see in T20 cricket, but a watchful start by St. Michael.
Yeah, it's a very watchful start by St. Michael. Having lost a dangerous player and their leading run scorer so far in this competition in Edwin Currency Barnett, that would have placed him under tremendous pressure. He has been the man at the top of the innings for St. Michael that has pressed all of the bowling that he would have faced. So he would have been given an early chance up front, and then he fell to Shaquan Griffith early up in his first over. So that has really slowed down things. However, the experienced Josh Morris, who prior to this match did not turn up for the St. Michael team, he's here batting extremely well now on 34 off of 30 deliveries with 4 fours. So he needs to bat as deep as possible.
And a word on the opening attack for the St. Philip team, Carrington and Griffith.
That was a beautiful bowling partnership between Carrington and Griffith. They really kept the St. Michael batsmen at bay. You always talk about batting partnerships, but that was a brilliant bowling partnership. And in terms of the dot ball percentages, Hendy, those two bowlers really stuck to their guns and bowled extremely well.
We were trying to work out what would be a par score. Heavy outfield, it's a good batting strip, but a heavy outfield. And there is a little bit in it for the bowlers, certainly with the new ball. Andy Payne was thinking 160. I thought that might have been a little generous. I was going to work more at 145. What do you see so far with the first 10 overs would be a par score?
Anywhere within the range of 140, 145. I totally do agree with you, Hendy. That would be a par score. The original score I was looking at for the St. Michael team was 160 to 175. However, the St. Philip team has bowled extremely well. They haven't bowled too many bad deliveries to encourage cross-batted shots. Even in Shaquan Griffith, who's known as Vaughn on the local scene, he would have bowled a lot of full pitch and heavy pace deliveries, encouraging the batsmen to stroke the balls along the ground. So you haven't really seen a lot of short deliveries to encourage the batsmen to pull those deliveries for maximums. So kudos to the St. Philip team so far. If they can actually restrict the St. Michael team to 140, that will work very well for them.
You spoke about the top players for St. Michael in the tournament so far who've been dismissed. What is the power like to come? Because I'm sure if St. Michael could sort of keep wickets intact, they're going at 6 runs and over. Ideally, they want to score at 8 above in the last 5 or 6 overs. Reckon that they've got enough in the tank that they will have that sort of power punch at the end?
Yes, they definitely do have that power punch in the end. At the end, sorry. Shamar Marshall has been batting extremely well. He has only batted twice in this competition, where he scored 26 off of 10 deliveries against St. Thomas.
And that was the short ball you were talking about earlier from Griffith. That had a bit of gas on it. And Morris, who's been there for quite some time, he's faced some 30 deliveries already. So he's got the pace of the pitch, but I don't think he's seen anything like that in the innings so far.
And that was the first short ball that has actually been bowled so far by the St. Philip team. However, Griffith has a deep square leg, and then he has his fine leg up on the vote. Has a guy there under 45. So if he's going to bowl short deliveries, I'm suggesting that he should push back the short fine leg to fine leg in case they get a top edge.
Well, maybe that's why it was a surprise delivery, because with that field placing, Morris probably wasn't expecting that sort of delivery.
Another short delivery, making Morris very uncomfortable. Griffith working up some good pace, or some good gas, as we say in Barbadian terms. So as I mentioned earlier, Hendy, Shamar Marshall, he has been batting extremely well down at the bottom of the order for St. Michael. He may get a promotion tonight. He would have scored 26 off of 10 deliveries, 25 not off of 10 deliveries against St. Thomas in the second semi-final, and he would have also scored 16 not off of 5 deliveries against Christchurch.
So clearly he is identified as the finisher for the St. Michael side. I'm not sure he played a shot there, but a bit of extra pace there from Griffith. And umpire Thompson is satisfied that it was an attempt at a shot. A feeble attempt, I must add. I think he was really done for pace. Luckily for him, it was angled into the pads, but he was extremely late on coming down on that one.
Looks like Darlington. Darlington was expecting the short delivery. I reckon if that delivery was full pitch at the stumps, Griffith could have gotten another wicket.
Off the back of the bat, and the aggression of Griffith paying dividends for St. Philip. I don't know what was said at the drinks break, but he came back with some aggression in this over. Morris maybe expecting the short ball, looking to take it on, and execution not there on this occasion.
That was a wonderfully bowled short delivery. It came at pace. Morris knew it was coming. Just stuffed him like a turkey there for Thanksgiving. Easily caught by the wicketkeeper. This is a good set of fast bowling here by Shaquan Griffith. And I was very surprised in Griffith's first over, Hendy, on the local scene where he plays for Gladiator at the elite division. In the elite division, he's well known for bowling some snorters at any batsman that he bowls to. So I was very surprised he was bowling a lot of cutters here in his first over, and then bowling a lot of length deliveries, and a short ball was not delivered out
So
of his
here we see
arms.
the ball of
So I
the
guess
third
during the water
T20
break,
cricket.
Geoffrey Top and the coach of St. Philip probably told him,
Morris
listen, you need
caught
to
by
ball some
Ethan
short balls,
Williams
man.
of
Lay
Griffith
down
for
somebody.
34.
And you saw he just
23
got some
all
purchase off of those
for
lifting
boundaries.
deliveries.
So Michael number
Yeah,
6
encouraging
is
enough. It seems to be a very firm surface, so you're obviously going to get something out of it. And as you said, since the water break, Griffith has decided to really bend his back, and he's put a little bit more effort into his delivery, and he's produced some uncomfortable deliveries for the batters in this over. Of course, in striving for the extra pace, the odd time you will get the ill-directed delivery, as it was on that occasion. But even at that attempt, the new batter, Antone, looking to pick that one off the leg, but he was even done for pace, you know.
And so that was a dangerous Jordan Jones that faced that delivery. And then this is going to be a very interesting contest, because Jones is a no-nonsense batsman. He would have had a top score so far in this competition of 91. So he's going to fight fire with fire here. This can go either way for either team. That should have been taken. Griffith charging in, working up some great pace, stuffing Jordan Jones. That catch should have been taken at cover, put down in the end. So the St. Philip team has not been feeling well tonight. They haven't been catching well.
Yeah, not doing themselves any favors. And you can see that Griffith was crestfallen, because he'd really softened him up. And then just producing that delivery with a false stroke. And you expect the fielder, 9 times out of 10, should have been able to pick that up. There we see the dismissal of Morris, done with a short delivery. Gave the no ball on that occasion. No single by umpire Thompson. And Griffith just being ultra aggressive there, as the batter was slightly out of his crease, and Griffith fired at the stumps, but I think the batter was in the line of his throw. So that might be just a little bit of anger because of the drop catch in the over so far, but now it's a free hit.
What will Antoine Darlington do? He hasn't played an aggressive stroke towards Shaquan Griffith for the night. Let's see what happens here with this free hit. Brilliantly bowled by Griffith. He's in his face. He's giving him a lot of lip. Very good over by Griffith in the end. Was unfortunate with the drop chance, but he's working up some good gas. So I definitely know that Geoffrey Toppin, the coach of St. Philip, would have definitely told him some words to get him further up, to hit the ball hard in the middle of the track. So that over, really and truly, was a great over.
Yeah, it was good for the spectators as well. You like to see a little bit of spice of bat against ball. And I would say Michael just sort of stuttering a bit at 65 for 3. 11 overs completed. And that projected score is now at 118, which, or pundits, we reckon that's well short of par. But of course, in the final, runs on the board, that in itself creates a little bit of pressure and anxiety for the team chasing. It looks like Tennyson Roach is going to complete his allotment. It's well fielded. And Roach not really trying to spin the ball. I suspect that he's having some challenges in trying to get a secure grip on the ball. So just really sort of pushing it through, not giving the ball much flight.
Well bowled by Roach. Give a few more comfortable ball into Darlington. One more added to Darlington's total. He now goes to 6 off of 17 deliveries, so he's soaking up a lot of balls. So if the St. Philip team can continue to bowl a majority of their overs to Darlington, they'll be well contented.
Going for the big hit. It's gone a long way in the air. We don't think it's got the distance. And again, a blunder in the outfield. And we know the difficulty in judging those deliveries coming from high up. It's not going to be as easy as it would be during the day, but the teams would have had a lot of practice with those high catches. Dare say that so far it's been letting down the St. Philip team.
Too short on that occasion and beautifully pulled wide of Lawan for 4 by Darlington. That's about the 5th drop catch for the night, Hendy, by the St. Philip team. They haven't been catching well, they're bowling well, but they're not backing up the borders.
Well, this is a particularly good shot, getting deep into the crease and turning what was a length ball into a relatively short one. And again, an error in the outfield. Roach must be wondering, what have I started here? Because he was the man that missed the catch at slip. And the fielding certainly has been let down the St. Philip side.
They really do need to tighten the screws here. That's about the 6th drop chance for the night. You cannot allow the St. Michael team to get in that range, Hendy, as we spoke about earlier, of 140, 145. Anything above 140 on this surface here tonight will be bonus. Runs on the board in the final, or runs on the board. As I mentioned earlier, there's still Shamar Marshall to come. There's also Rashad Worrell. He's a very dangerous player. He hasn't turned up for this competition as yet, but he can hit the ball a long way. A former Barbados on 15, 17, and 19 player. Very talented young man. So with wickets in hand, the St. Michael team will be in a position that they can get 50 to 70 runs within the last 4 to 6 overs. They would have done it in the second semi-final against the St. Thomas team, having been 100 for 6 in 16 overs. They managed to get to 151 for 7. So they scored 51 runs, Hendy, off the last 4 overs because they had wickets in hand, and that man, Marshall, was at the crease.
So a change from the northern end. Najib Bishop coming into the attack. He'll be looking to bowl some darts as well from around the wicket. Maybe just trying to narrow the angle to the right-handed batters. But at the moment he's bowling quite wide of off stump, too wide on that occasion.
Bishop just looking to bowl short and wide to encourage the batsman to cut the ball. Wide again, he's bowling with a lot of pace. He doesn't want to get too close, too straight to the Dan Jones, to be Vic down on the basketball court. Hence why he's pushing it across. That's another wide delivery. This is some very indisciplined bowling by Bishop. Sabri 7 for 3 from 12.1 overs. Only one legal delivery has been bowled so far in this over.
He's got that one away for a couple. He did well to reach that one. Just getting it just at the bottom of the bat. I think if he let that one go, it might have been another wide as well. I'm not so sure about this tactic. But as you said, they're probably just trying to keep the ball out of the hidden arc.
Wide again. So this plan is not working. And they really truly believe that Bishop should be bowling the ball short of a good length, encouraging the batsmen to try to beat the fielders on the long on and long off boundaries. That is his safest bet on this pitch.
That one down to long off. Full picture. See, he actually got away with that one. That might be the umpire at square leg may want to have a look at that one. It's a mistake again in the field. So the wheels really falling off here for the St. Philip side.
That was very, very close to being called a no ball. It wasn't called on that occasion. It was a full toss, very high full toss, and the fielder at deep mid wicket, he should have stopped that one. Just misfeeding that particular delivery and gifting the St. Michael team another boundary. So a very expensive over so far for the St. Philip team. Bishop conceding 13 runs so far off of 5 legal deliveries.
And another catch going down. So this is really not looking good for the St. Philip side in the field. Really making a lot of errors here. And a very untidy performance in this over. 4 wides sent down by Naja Bishop. But the last delivery, and he was expecting to get a wicket, not supported by the fielding again. So it was a flighted delivery. And there was a long on fielder coming around to his left and maybe could have stayed on his feet a little bit longer. An extra stride maybe. And the ball eluding him and going into the boundary for 4.
That was a very good over for the St. Michael team. What we call a big over in cricket. They'll probably be looking to get 3 to 4 more big overs to get in that range of 160 to 175. With wickets in hand, they can actually get up there. Very expensive over by Bishop. None for 17 from 1 over. 7 drop catches so far for the St. Philip team tonight. Jordan Jones is a very dangerous player. He cannot afford to drop a player of his caliber at this level. He can hit the ball a very long way. So this brings Kamari Griffith back into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 12. You had a very good opening spell, Biff Carrington.
That run rate now just inching up to 7 runs and over, just a tad under 7 runs and over. And you just sense a little bit of momentum swing as well for the St. Michael team. St. Philip could do with a wicket. And they've had the chances, but they just haven't taken them.
Good single taken by the St. Michael team to bring Jordan Jones back on strike. He's 10 off of 6 deliveries.
It's very well picked up. Badly lined, but still had to be put away. Timed it well and knew exactly where the fielders were. Waited that fielder at the deep backward square position.
Too short on that occasion, and it got the treatment it deserved.
think Griffith will realize that he didn't quite get the sequence correct. And so he needed to take the stump out of the ground with the hand that has the ball. So the ball must be in contact with the stump as he pulls it out of the ground. He did part of it right, but someone will explain to him a little bit later that the sequence was not quite as it should be to effect the dismissal. So once the stumps are broken, the bails are off, then he has to remove the stump, which he did, but the ball must be in contact with that stump when he removes it.
We learn something new every day, Hendy, and I can assure you that is going to be a learning experience for him. Another drop chance through the hands of the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that one would have gone for a maximum.
Well, that's the 100 up for the St. Michael's side. We talk about momentum, and you just sense that things are just going in the St. Michael's way at the moment. That was well picked up, and he got good bat onto it. And probably the most difficult of the catches tonight, because the fielder had to jump. He was right on the boundary. He got both hands to it, but wasn't able to hold on to it. And the momentum probably would have taken him over the boundary as well. Another misfield. So I think we've just seen this a little bit too often now in the last 15 minutes or so. I wouldn't say that the wheels have fallen off, but they're certainly falling off for St. Philip.
This is not good cricket at all by the Philippines. They're starting to crack under pressure. And this is what pressure does. You don't take the chances. The batsmen continue to dominate. Then you start to break down in the field one by one. Now the projected total is 152.
They'll be looking to get pushed for a couple here. As you said, the ball's not really running out to the outfield, so the fielders in the deep have to judge the pace of the shots, and a bit of anticipation is required. The batters set up for 2 runs quite quickly, put some pressure on the fielder, and in the end they were able to get the 2 runs very comfortably in the end.
We've had 1 quarter completing the full allotment of 4 overs. That's Tennyson Road Jr. 4 overs for 29 runs.
So the St. Philip team in a huddle, just trying to regroup and get back on track. They really need to get back on track. We just had 3 very good overs for the St. Michael team, where their batsmen were dropped continuously, and they were scoring at least 13 to 14 runs and over. You had an over that went for 13 runs, then one went for 17 runs. And the last one went for 15 runs. So 3 good overs, 3 very good overs for the St. Michael team. 107 for 3 from 14 overs. Bishop comes back into the attack.
Again, picking up a couple of runs here. Delicately playing the late cut. With this tactic of Bishop's, angling the ball across the right-handed batter. Bowling it wide of the off stump, going further away. It's like every time the ball goes into the outfield now is almost as a bit of trepidation, and the fielders look very tense in the outfield. Yes, you're going to get 1 or 2 bubbles, but it needs to be committed in the outfield. That's very wide indeed. And that's a terrible delivery. And the fielder's going to pull it back just inside, but not very good tactics here in my view.
Some very bad tactics by Bishop. He has a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long one, a field on the 45, and he's bowling short and wide with a short third man, a point and a sweeper. This is not a good plan. He needs to bowl the ball full and straight at the batsman. Encourage him to beat the fielders on the long one and long off boundary.
That's probably going to be a no ball as well for height in the full bunger. And that's signaled now by umpire Thompson. So free hit. And just about everything that could go wrong for St. Philip in the field is happening now. Some word of some encouragement. This partnership, some 50 runs. Welcome by the St. Michael side. So free hit coming up. Tried to muscle that one, so a chance for another 2. But I believe a little bit of fatigue has stepped in out there. It's quite hot in Barbados these days, and even at night it's quite warm, although there's a nice breeze here at Gaw Hill.
Very expensive spell so far by Najee Bishop. 9 for 26 from just 1.3 overs. I was very surprised, Handy, that he came back into the attack after his first over went for 17 runs.
Chance for another catch. This time it's taken. This time it's taken. And there's Najee Bishop saying, I told you so. But I would suggest, Kishmar, that fatigue probably contributed in that dismissal.
Definitely, definitely. Jones, I would have seen him limping. Just watch the replay. That was a well-bowled delivery. It was a lot closer to the batsman instead of the short, wide lengths that Bishop was bowling. Jones not able to get under that one enough to get the maximum. But when I saw him limping in the second semi-final earlier this week. But I put it down to fatigue on that occasion.
Yeah, he turned down the offer for a second run, the delivery before, and which was led to some annoyance from Darlington. So then he tried to just swat this one down over long off. Didn't quite get it off the middle. And I think that St. Philip will be relieved to see the back of him.
Definitely. However, there's Shamar Marshall to come and Rashad Worrell. So the St. Philip team, they're not out of the woods as yet. They will need to peg back now.
Nice long barrier technique. Safely fielded. And the end of Najee Bishop's second over. Well, it was a successful over for him. Seeing the back of Jones. And it's now 116 for 4.
Rivera Cottle is at the crease with Darlington. Cottle is a very busy player. And right now he has the license to be very aggressive for his St. Michael team. The spectators, the crowd is continuing to build. A wonderful crowd here at the Gaw Hill St. John Cricket Field. And this brings Kamari Griffith back into the attack. So we're gonna have a double change over with Andy Payne and Anmar Gervais boys.
Bowled him. A wicket. So Cottrell has to go. And Griffith strikes. St. Michael now 117 for 5. So we say hello again to Andy Payne.
Very good night here, Anmar. You brought a wicket with you. You saw Cottrell going for that big swing over mid-wicket, failing to connect to anything and losing his middle stump. So 1 wicket to you, Anmar.
Yes, and Michael now 117 for 5 the score. Could have been much more as well, Andy Payne. We've seen a number of drop catches so far for the night. A couple of misfielding as well, and you just have to wonder in terms of the fielding and perhaps if the fielders are actually seeing the ball well. We've seen some catches put down from the likes of Tennyson Roach Jr., Kevion Newton as well, some of the better fielders in and around in this final. So you just have to wonder in terms of the lighting situation, but that is the last wicket to fall. Cottrell, that is so well bowled, just swinging across the line, loses his middle stump.
Yeah, like you said, the feeding has been a bit under pressure, really. Like you said, if they're picking up the ball a bit early, you've seen Tennyson Roach Jr. usually some safe hands in the outfield. So to see him spilling quite a few chances, albeit some in the slips cordon and then in the outfield and some misfields from a lot of the fielders. So it begs the question if they really are Anmar. But nevertheless, you've seen some very attractive shots as well.
Yeah, they continue to tickle on the scoreboard here. St. Michael. Such a lovely crowd we have here on hand as well. Nice to take in the Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20 League. Seen just about 2 weeks of very entertaining cricket across Barbados. This is where it culminates.
Yes, and as you rightfully said, a lot has gone into this, and I can tell you, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, they've really played a part in collaboration with, like you said, the Barbados Community Cricket Block T20, and some very important people that have made this happen. You can say the director of this tournament, Mr. Courtney Brown. He's very much in the crowd with us. Definitely hope you will have a word with him a bit later, Anmar. But sure, he's happy as to get this tournament off the ground. And as we've reached the final, to see a crowd like this gathering here at Gall Hill, I'm sure he'll be a happy man.
Yeah, most definitely, and such a good initiative, this tournament. We always talk about continuing to develop cricket in Barbados, and this tournament really is an avenue for such. See many young cricketers, they come back for 2. Yeah, that's good running between the wickets. As I was making the point, I've seen some very good young cricketers throughout this competition playing in this tournament. Number of young Barbadians. Here's one, Tennyson Roach Jr. It's in the air, there's a man under it. Oh, it's another drop catch. How many times tonight have we seen that? Oh my dear, the fielding has really not been good.
Yeah, he'd be very disappointed in that. I can tell you. He just allowed it to get a bit too low to him. You see the going for the big shot. Griffith really thought he had his man. And he allowed it to get too low. And he had no second chance really with that. So another chance going to Beggin. Seems to be Worrell, Rashad Worrell, the young man. You could say a good avenue for him to come and showcase his skills here, but trying to hit that one out of the ground over the man there, long off, and failing to hold on to it. So another chance of going to Beggin. So 123 for 5 after 16 overs, Anmar. So we're still thinking of what will be a good total here. The current run rate is some 7.6. We would like to get it to something like 160.
Yeah, 160, perhaps a defendable total for the St. Michael team.
Griffith, he's been very disappointed that that man being put down there, but he's finished his spell for the night. There's a lot more, his 4 overs, he's picked up some 2 for 34. So his work for the night with the ball is completed. He should have gotten another scalp to his name. It wasn't the case, as that man, Worrell, he was put down. But the bowling change here from this to northern end or closest to us, the pavilion end. It looks like that man Carrington coming back for a second spell.
So Carrington.
Yeah, Carrington is back.
His final over, 17 for the innings.
Just a single to begin. Has conceded 16 runs, yet to take a wicket in this final. But he hasn't bowled bad. Carrington has hit some very good lengths, has put the ball in very good areas. We'll be searching for that wicket-taking delivery.
Yes, his consistency over his first 2 overs was immaculate. Like you said, hitting those good lengths. There's some good lines with it. He had some good carry. Albeit he had a catch put down by Tennyson Roach Jr. in the slip. But he had good wheels. Tell you, young man, Queen's College student. Looks very good. Again, a pacey delivery on. Keeper Greenwich couldn't hold on to that one. As you see, his man going for the big hit there. Failing to make any connection. But Carrington's looked very good.
And at this stage of the innings, perhaps if we have a look at the field. Carrington comes in again. Come back for 2. Yeah, good running. You can hear the appreciation from the crowd as well, Andy Payne. I was talking about the fielding setting as well. So most of the fielders on the onside. Not much on the leg side. Just a 3.
Yeah, they're pretty deep, so that was good aggressive running there from Worrell. He pushed his man to come back for 2. Good shot. Just played it square the offside. Going all the way down to that man at the sweeper area who had a run to his right. A few meters. And you can see Worrell coming back for a second. So putting pressure on that man in the deep.
Yeah, had a big swing at that one. Didn't quite get the connection he wanted there. Yeah, but St. Michael now 127 for 5. They've built well, given the slow start they've had. We've seen that 50-50 partnership between Jones and Darlington. And it really has laid the foundation for this score so far. They'll be hoping to push on, as you rightfully mentioned, 150, 160. It's in the air, and it will land safely. Yeah, a bit of pressure.
Yeah, the intention is very clear here. No, they're trying to have a goal, really. You can see young Worrell, he getting across the off stump, the left hander, and then you see Jones there, just trying to get that one down the ground. but hit high in the back. So good pace again there from Carrington. Challenging his man for pace. He can't beat the boundary.
Final ball of the over. That's in the air. And the fielder settles under it. And it's taken. So Carrington gets his wicket. Finally. And it's the wicket of Rashad Worrell. He goes for 5. It's 128 for 6.
Yeah, good bowling and perseverance. They're coming to the fore for that man, Zachary Carrington, picking up his wicket in his final delivery. So Rashad Worrell, like you said, making his intention clear, trying to clear the front leg, trying to hit that one somewhere in the leg side, and got beaten for pace really, and couldn't get it in the position, and hitting high up in the bat and just skying it to the man at cover, who took an easy catch. And no catch is easy as we've seen all night, but he made that one look pretty easy, comfortable in the end. So another wicket going down for the St. Michael team. He said, Anmar, they want to get up to that 150 score, 160 really. But a lot will depend on that man who's been there for a while. See him just clearing his legs and trying to hit that one into the onside. But beaten for pace. And Watkins just holding on to a good catch there at cover. So the 6th wicket is falling there for the St. Michael's team. He's still got some 18 deliveries really, Anmar. So it'll be interested to see what score they will get up to in the end.
That brings this man to the crease, Shamar Marshall. Better known for his exploits with the ball. Can never underestimate him with the bat as well. Has scored some 28 from 12 already for this competition. So if he can get going, St. Michael will benefit a big deal.
Yeah, another misfield out there. So being able to come back for 2. So yeah, like you said, Shamar Marshall, one who can really get a move on with it. Like you said, Anmar, so be interested to see his ploy. He's still got some 17 deliveries to go here, so he might not want to go too early, but they need to get up to 150, 160.
Yeah, with just about 3 overs remaining. The approach now will definitely be different for this St. Michael team. Runs. They come back for a second. Safely.
Yeah, another bit of a misfield there at the man at point. He's just getting it on the bounce. Couldn't hold on to it. So he needs to get his body behind it a little bit more. But 2 more runs nevertheless. But captain Najee Bishop, very disappointed in his man there at point. He's been a bit expensive, Bishop. Remember, he's usually a tidy bowler, so 1 for 31. He's in only his 3rd over, so he's gone for quite a few. I think he's been a little fortunate with that one.
Yeah, a bit of a smile on the face of umpire Shamar Boyce.
Some good work by the man out there in the deep Newton. Kevion just running around there to his left. Real athlete. So nicely moving there to his left. Getting it on a good bounce. And cleaning up any chance of a second run.
Yeah, represented Barbados at the Carifta Games in Trinidad and Tobago as well. Versatile sportsman, Kevion Newton. Yeah, did some really good fielding coming around the boundary edge as the over comes to an end. St. Michael 133 for 6. So just the 2 remaining overs. Yeah, a good Friday night. Lovely to spend it here at the cricket.
Yeah, just a little pastime. I really enjoy the works of the cameramen. Good work by the team. You can see the Spectators all out, just in front there. You can see
Smiles on the faces as
smiles
well.
on the faces. So good work by the camera crew. So 12 deliveries less in this innings, Anmar, Shamar Marshall, and Jones. They will walk to get this team up to 160. I'm sure Stefan Griffith, he's got some other ideas. He's bowled very well, some pace. His first 2-3 overs conceding some 14 runs and picking up 2 wickets.
Nice conditions here as well. Andy Payne at Gall Hill in St. John. Nice cool conditions. Not much of a breeze, but a cool night nevertheless. What do you do on a Friday night in Barbados, Andy Payne?
Well, we're here for the cricket. And it's a very good night indeed. Like you said, Gall Hill, St. John. St. John will be considered the countryside, really. So, real vibrant community up here in Gall Hill. Excellent conditions. You said, must give it to the ground staff. The pitch is a very lovely one, and the outfield looks immaculate.
Yeah, very good venue for this final as well. So mention the organizers and the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Community Empowerment seeing the need for a tournament like this, helping the development and improvement of cricket in Barbados, and us also seeing the need for this final to be streamed live to viewers throughout, not only here in Barbados, but throughout the world. Shows the dedication and commitment of the organizing team. Kudos to them.
Indeed, yet another avenue for youngsters to really showcase their talent. A quick delivery, a bouncer really there from Griffith. What we tell you, that was a quick delivery. Going in for the hook shot, coming off the top edge. Really didn't go into the final leg for 4, but Stefan Griffith, he'd be very encouraged by that delivery.
Yeah, good pace, good bounce as well from Griffith. It's just a bit too short on that occasion, and yeah, Jones with the top edge, and happy to see that one go all the way down to the boundary. Where will Griffith go now? Yeah, that's better. Yeah, just slightly outside the off stump. This was the previous delivery. Really getting that bounce out of the service, Andy Payne.
Yeah, very well directed indeed. You can tell Hugh Jones going into that pull shot. He was a bit late. But good ball in there by Griffith. Like I said, he's into a really good night. He's got 2 for 20. He's just trying to close out his allotment.
Final ball of the over. Yeah, pace off there from Griffith to end. St. Michael 140 for 6. Just the 1 over now remaining.
Yeah, very good spell there by Stefan Griffith. Like you said, just showing all his variety. See him just rolling that one a bit slower at the end. And Jones couldn't get any power on that one as it was very well disguised. So all he could do was get a single in the end. So his allotment is finished. 4 overs, 2 for 21. He's done his work. And a really good job for his team. St. Michael, like you said, trying to get that 150. Marshall, he's on 1 off 4. He said, just trying to get a partnership going. Jones, he's on 30 off 39. But looking very good here. The St. Phillips side fighting their way back. Just a few blemishes in the outfield. But to have them restricted to 140 for 6. Remember, St. Michael would have won the toss. And elected to take first knot here. His captain Bishop just going for that one and picking up a wicket. The man Jones just trying to go over the top and losing his wicket. A lovely catch there by Greenwich, the keeper. As you see, Jones, he's gone for 38 off of some 39 balls. So 140 for 6 becomes 140 for 7. So just losing their 7th wicket into the final over. So a good wicket there for the St. Philip side. Anmar.
Yeah, the big wicket of Jones. He makes his way back to the pavilion, and this is the reason why. Caught behind, and that's the dreaded finger of Shamar Boyce. Yeah, look at disappointment on the face of Jones. He wanted to be there at the end. Not quite possible.
Yeah, good smart bowling around the wicket, just trying to angle that one away from the right-handed batter who was trying to hit that one over long on. He'd probably be inclined to try to hit that one more over the cover region. Just going on with the trajectory of the ball, but he's trying to hit that one over long on somewhere, just getting the outside edge. And another good catch there, like you said, by keeper Greenwich. Just trying that one, bowling it from around the wicket. He's going to hit that one into the leg side, taking the edge, and Shamar, an easy decision for him.
You mentioned Marshall having the ability to accelerate his innings. Nothing to lose now, Andy, into the final over. They'll be hoping to get as much runs as possible as well.
He's got some 4 deliveries to do it. Ethan Wood is just getting off the mark with his first delivery. So Marshall, he's been there for 4 deliveries as well. But good smart bowling from Captain Bishop.
That's a good shot. Boundary for Marshall. Welcome runs for St. Michael. That was very good placement from Marshall.
Yeah, what he's did well there is that he's trying to hit that one over the offside. Like, remember, he said he's going around the wicket and just trying to get that one over to that 4/5 stump, wide of the crease. And so Marshall he did it very expertly, hit it with the movement of the ball. He didn't try to go to the leg side. He just went with a shot and finding the gap and into the boundary for 4.
Back-to-back boundaries from Marshall. Again. He can play on the offside. He can play on the onside.
Yeah, good batting. That one was a full pitch delivery and good getting into good position. This man, Shamar Marshall, like we said, he's got the ability to get the ball a long way over the boundary. And he's played 2 back-to-back shots. It's helping his team to a good score. Full pitch delivery come down, given the treatment, hitting it to the left of that man at mid-wicket, who had no chance really, and picking up another boundary. So each of this team up to that 150. They're 149 for 7. He's still got 2 deliveries left in this over. So he's put the pressure on Captain Bishop, who's got the final say.
Didn't get a hold of that one, but they come back for 2, Marshall. This has been good batting. And it brings up 150 for St. Michael. 151 for 7. Final ball of the innings. And he goes all the way. What a way to bring the innings to an end, Shamar Marshall. That is outstanding. A maximum to finish it. And it does mean that St. Michael have reached 157 for 7. Yeah, there's a smile on the face of Shamar Marshall. He enjoyed that one. And what a top shot it was. And his team will be happy with this batting performance. 157 for 7 for St. Michael in this, the final of the Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20. Will it be enough? Will it be enough, Andy Payne?
Well, before the start of the innings, we said 160 would have been the par score, but look at that shot from Shamar Marshall going down his knee and hitting it a long way over the fence there at that mid-wicket area, clearing the fence really. A fantastic shot to close out the innings. You said he's one who can get the ball over the fence. He can hit the ball a long way. He doesn't probably get enough of the batting, but when his team needed him, he was there at the final over. Bishop proven to be expensive. The off spinner trying to bowl the final one of the innings, not getting success in his first delivery, but really feeling the bat of Shamar Marshall at the end. A fantastic shot, just hitting that one well over the fence at mid wicket. Good work again by the cameraman, putting his team into a very good position, winning the toss and electing to bat, getting up to 157. Remember, we said 160 probably was a target that they would have wanted when they started to bat. So, who will be the happier side here? Remember, we said the Jews frown, so they've got to control it with the bowling in the second half here. The Jew factor really coming in here. A good crowd there. You can see them, the St. Philip side, really having the huddle now, thinking about how they're going to go about this run chase. And Anmar, I can tell you what, runs on the board in the final is always pressure, always a challenge.
Yeah, most definitely, Andy, and a very good batting performance from this St. Michael team. You mentioned winning the toss, electing to bat, and they've reached 157 for 7. Not a bad bowling performance either from the St. Philip team. There were some occasions where they could have done a bit better in the field. A couple of drop catches and a couple of sloppy moments in the field. But nevertheless, they know the target, 158 for victory in this, the inaugural Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20 League here at the Gaw Hill playing field in St. John. Lovely conditions for cricket. And in just a moment we'll have a chat with the tournament director, Mr. Courtney Brown. He's done a really excellent job in terms of organizing this competition over the last couple of weeks, 2 weeks to be exact. Seeing the cricket in the various communities, and here we are now at the final.
Yeah, so 157 for 7 at the completion of their 20 overs. The St. Michael's side winning the toss and electing to bat. I tell you, it was a very entertaining in there by that man, Shamar Marshall. 17 off, only 8, 2 fours and 1 6. Fantastic close to the innings, but could run through the scorecard for you, Anmar and viewers. Jai Clark, he was the first to go. Caught Greenwich off the bowling of Griffith for 2. Edwin Curtsy Barnett, he batted for some 16 deliveries before he was caught by Shamari Gittins or Stefan Griffith for 15. Joshua Morris, the captain, he was caught by keeper Greenwich or Stefan Griffith for 34. Jordan Jones, he made a right play, 38 off 4 deliveries before he was caught by Greenwich as well, the keeper of Bishop. And then we have Anton Darlington playing a very good innings. A good partnership between Jones and Darlington. Darlington, he went caught by Tennyson Roach off Bishop for 27. Revere Cottle, he was bowled by Griffith for 1. Rashad Worrell, he went caught by Watkins off the bowling of Zachary Carrington for 5. And Shamar Marshall not out on 17 off 8. And Ethan Wood just 1 off 1 delivery to be not out at the end. 17 extras consisting of some, I can tell you, just sorry about that there, not getting the scorecard for that, but the bowling I can tell you with that. Zachary Carrington 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Kamari Griffith, he bowled some 4 overs, 2 for 34. Tennyson Roach 4 overs for 29. Stefan Griffith 4 overs, 2 for 21. My pick of the bowlers for tonight. And Captain Najee Bishop 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 49. Anmar, so I know you want to have a word in with Courtney Brown, the director of this cricket. I'm going to give way to Courtney now. I'm sure you've got quite a few questions for him at how the tournament has gone so far.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andy. Doing an excellent job there, running through the scorecard. Yeah, 50 partnership between Anton Darlington and Jordan Jones. And it really has been the foundation for this St. Michael team to get up to 157 for 7 of their 20 overs. And this the final of the inaugural Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20 League. And it does mean that St. Philip will have to score 158 to be crowned champions in this competition. And I'm joined in the commentary box by the tournament director, a man who I've admired so well. I haven't had the privilege to see him play cricket, but I've heard these stories and I've seen the videos. Good night to you, sir. The former West Indies and Barbados player, Courtney Brown.
Hi, good night. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Mr. Brown, you've been the man in charge of this competition. Just about 2 weeks playing at various grounds across Barbados, and now we're here at the final. Give us a bit of an insight in terms of, from your point of view, in terms of how the competition has gone so far.
Well, so far so good. We would have started this. This is an entire program, and this program is all about getting young people involved in the sport, and basically using cricket as a vehicle to help young men. There's a lot more to come from this program, so we just don't only talk about the tournament, because the tournament is at the back end of the program, but in the initial stages we had practice sessions and workshops, especially because we want to make sure we can impact young people's lives. And we did a number of workshops, so the youngsters went out to the workshops, and we did stuff like anger management, conflict resolution, leadership, a whole host of different topics that the facilitators would have took the youngsters through. And that's what our focus is, really, to make a better rounded Barbadian citizen.
How were the players selected for this competition?
Well, what we did, we allowed that to be done by the coaches from the various parishes, but obviously we had rules and regulations. We only had 2 youth players, whether current or past. Also, no Lycée players or no first-class cricketers. So we wanted to give the guys that were, what I would say, not necessarily less fortunate, but the guys that had less opportunities, or guys that needed an opportunity.
Yeah.
And that's why we also use an age group between 14 and 25, because we wanted a more, intergenerational group. And we thought that went pretty well, because, the youngest person in the tournament is 12 years old. He was actually playing, I played 1 or 2 games for St. Thomas. And, the one thing that we always said, that if you're good enough, you're young enough, that's fine with us. But the tournament has been a really good, solid tournament. Obviously, next year we will definitely improve on it, bringing a few more rules and regulations, because there's always people who try to manipulate stuff.
Yeah.
So next year we have a bit more, a few more rules, so we'll tighten up a bit more, but so far so good.
In terms of the development, Mr. Brown, where do you see this type of tournament going in the future?
Well, again, you speak about the tournament a lot, but we tend more to think about the program.
Yeah.
Because for us, the program is actually to benefit young men. So for us, the tournament is a spin-off of what we can do and how we can impact young people's life throughout the program. And I know everybody loves a tournament, which is good, but for us, it's a lot more. Is a lot more for us when we can help develop a youngster, so that as you go through the pathway, you go through the system. We're not here to do the Barbados Cricket Association job, but what we're here to do is to make a better citizen. So if we can make a better citizen, we can make a better cricketer, meaning that as they go forward in cricket, a lot of the problems that we would have seen in the past, we can try to help. With that, that situation where we can actually produce, people who are more rounded and fit, better into society.
And in terms of the program, as you rightfully mentioned, not just the cricket, but it's an holistic approach to bettering young Barbadians. What has the feedback been like from the coaches, the players, the fans, the stakeholders? What has that feedback been like?
It's been exciting. It's been exciting because, um, it's the first year we expected, uh, we expected it to go okay, but not as well as it did. The fans, they like it. Um, the players, they want to continue. They don't even want to stop. I remember I got a call from one of the coaches who said to me, his players want to continue. And this is what this is all about. This is what community is all about. We want to create an environment where you're using cricket basically as a vehicle to help drive communities. And we don't want teams to stop. We want players and we want coaches to continue. We want them to continue doing it within their community, and that's what excites us because that is what we are seeing.
Any measures in place to keep the players engaged outside, of course, this competition?
Well, this competition, I have to go back to the program. This program now has been going on for some time, a better part of a year. So some teams like St. Andrew and St. Lucie, they would have started very early in the program. So those guys that played for those teams were more exposed than, say, a St. Joseph, even a St. Michael, because we felt at the beginning we wanted to get into the rural parishes first, because we always knew a team like St. Michael's and St. Philip, we always knew, once it's cricket, they'll turn up.
Yeah.
So we had to push early with the rural parishes to ensure that we can get a competition and we can get all 11 parishes involved.
Yeah, most definitely, and such a really good initiative, the program, the tournament. Is there any insight that you can give us towards next year? You did mention doing things a little bit different. Would you want to give us a bit of a snippet in terms of perhaps what could be on the horizon for 2026?
Well, yeah. Well, for us, and I keep going back and say the program, for us, we want to do a lot more for young people. We want to get sponsors on board. We want to do more when it comes to workshops. We want to get business people involved. We need mentors involved. We need people to come out and actually mingle with the youngsters so that youngsters could see who could possibly be their next employer, and get better ideas of what a work environment is like. We also want to be able to look at job placements and job attachments. So there's a lot more that we want to do with the program. We just don't want to have another tournament because there are a number of tournaments across the island, and we just want this one to be really beneficial to young people.
A lot said, and very well said. Mr. Courtney Brown, the tournament director for the Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20 League. He's a busy man, so I'm going to let him go back to his administrative duties. It has been really a pleasure, Mr. Brown, and thank you so much for taking the time to come and have a chat with us and give us that insight into the program and, of course, the tournament and the final here tonight.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. To all the viewers and listeners, thanks a lot. We're looking forward to next year, and we're looking to do it bigger and better next year. Thank you very much. Cheers.
So we're just about ready for the second innings, and we'll have another commentary change. I believe it'll be Andy Payne and Kishmar Catlin.
So, Roach on strike. The ball of the first ball from Nottingham, Jalen Chase.
Let's welcome Kishmar Catlin. Kishi, 157 after the 20 overs. The St. Michael side winning the toss and elected to bat. Putting up a very good total there, really, in the final. But the St. Philip team, they'll have different ideas. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
Good night to you, Andy. I'm very good at the moment. How are you?
Fantastic. A lovely atmosphere here at Gall Hill St. John. Tell you the crowds continue to grow as we're getting into the business end here, the second half. Remember we said runs on the board is a run on the board. So, first delivery. Off to Martin running. One played with soft hands. Tennyson Roach Jr. and getting off to Martin immediately. Jaden Chase, the opening bowler. I can tell you, Kishmar has been a really good pitch for cricket here tonight.
Indeed, a very good pitch for cricket. Has something in the wicket for the seamers. The batsmen were able to play their shots on the up, drive through the line of the deliveries. Look at the beauty of this pitch. And the viewers, nice hard wicket, almost has a reflective surface look to it. With Jaden Chase into the attack, who has 10 wickets so far from 5 matches, with an economy of 6.53, averaging 11.1. Bowls a very big in swinger to the right-handers. Has been very destructive, just ripping off the pads of the batters he has bowled to so far in this competition.
Well, he's bowling to the left-hander, Shamari Gittins, who's off the mark immediately as well. That one just going away from the left-hander. Kishmar, as you said, he's generally in swingers to the right-hander, albeit left-hander, so he'll be taking it away from him. And true to his form, really just taking that one away from the left-hander, who's guided that one down to third man. So both batters on one. Seems to be a quiet start. First two deliveries, just being watchful.
Very good single taken there by the St. Philip team. Good communication between Gittins and Roach.
Yes, you can see they've got a good understanding. Been pretty clear from the time he worked that ball into the leg side. He had good response there from Gittins, non-striker. Like you said, a very good night out here for cricket. Some 10 wickets all told by Chase, like you said. He's been really doing quite a lot for this St. Michael team, and he will want to prove in the final that he's got all the tools to carry all the way.
Too short on that occasion though. Easily whipped away for 4 runs. Chase not as fast as Griffith. Shaquan Griffith, that really bowled a lot of gas for the St. Philip team. That delivery, it just left out in the wicket, and it was easy to dispatch by Gittins behind square. 2 bounces into the fencing on the final boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Shamari Gittins, like you said, getting into position early and just helping that one really behind square there. There's no one there, but left hand, right hand combination, so probably just needs to get his lines right. You can see him just going a bit wide on that occasion, and wide rightfully signaled there by umpire Dave. I tell you, it's gone a bit wayward there. So the left hand, right hand combination probably a factor.
Definitely a factor. He would have just lost the pot there of that short delivery. So far conceding 8 runs out of this over with just 4 legal deliveries. This is some pressure on the young man.
Just chip that one over the head of the man there, cover the man from mid off, just running around. Seems to have just held up a bit on him there, Shamari Gittins, just going into the shot a bit too early, really, Kishmar, and just hitting that one a bit in the ear. Fortunately enough to get in land into no man's land. So another single for him. So 9 with folk lost, 5 balls delivered in the first over. But needs to be a little bothered. Don't look as comfortable as he would like, young Chase.
Good shot played by Tennyson Roach, the experienced campaigner. 10 runs off the first over. So this has been a very good over for the Philippines.
Yeah, and what they did about it so well on Kishmar is that there wasn't any aggression in it. They're just watchful. Just pick up the bad delivery, help down to fine leg there by Shamari getting to a boundary, and just picking off the singles, just having a good watchful look. So a good start for them. Chase on the other hand, just a little bothered by the left hand right hand combination, maybe haven't been as consistent with his lines. But like you said, one who could generally in swing the ball to the right hander. He wasn't as good in that first over as he would like to be.
And this brings Shamar Marshall into the attack. He has been the danger man with the ball for the St. Michael team. 10 wickets from 5 innings, an economy rate of 4.47 and an average of 8.5. So he has been the destroyer at the top of the innings for the St. Michael team with the ball.
Yeah, Shamar Marshall is usually a very economical bowler. He's having a good year in his elite division. He played for the YMPC. That's where he plays trade. But he's been probably the main bowler for the YMPC and in the tournament in the elite division, picking up quite a few wickets this season so far. So he's been dispatched this time there by Tennyson Roach Jr. A fantastic shot. Just see him try to play that one in with the arm. But Roach, he was equal to the task, getting to the pitch of that Kishmar and playing a fantastic shot out there over the wide long off area.
Beautifully played. He was well balanced on that occasion. He just lifted that delivery inside out over cover for a maximum. Marshall just being too full and wide on that occasion. So this has put some pressure on Marshall. Beautifully played, too full and too wide.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to bring that one into the arm. Wasn't trying to spin it at all. But Tennyson Roach, like you said, get into the pitch of it. He got some amends to make. He had 2 drop catches when he had his turn in the outfield, a couple of misfields by himself. So he will be eager really to make amends for those blunders really when he was in the outfield. But what a tremendous shot there by him. As you saw the third umpire there in Tremaine Prescott bringing some balls out for replacement. Look at that, holding the shape, fantastic. Kishmar Catlin playing that one inside to out, over wide long off and into the boundary for a 6. Great viewing.
This is what you call pressure. The Philippines they have put some pressure on the St. Michael team, with Marshall being the most economical bowler for the St. Michael team. This is pressure now. 16 foot loss off of just 1.2 overs, 142 now needed from 112 balls. If you look at the St. Michael team throughout this competition, the very good bowlers have been in Marshall and Chase, who have gone for runs so far.
So another delivery that should run close to the fence and into the fence. Now you see him again. Pace on that delivery, and Tennyson Roach getting on the back foot, just using that pace and playing it past the man there at point. The slip is in place as well, but you use the pace expertly there, Kishmar Catlin, and picking up yet another boundary. A ball again, pace on, using the arms, getting into good position. You spoke of his balance about the previous shot on the front foot. How about that for the shot on the back foot?
Beautifully played by Tennyson Roach. However, he will have to continue to bat as deep as possible for his team. Prior to this game, Andy and viewers, Tennyson Roach would have amassed 85 runs from 4 innings with an average of 21.25. So he hasn't really turned up and showed his true potential in this competition. Maybe tonight will be the night.
Good delivery there by Marshall. You can see him just trying to X-Pass and spin out of that one. So I get quite a lot of bumps as well there. Shamar Marshall just imparting spin on that one. And those are the deliveries that he probably would need to bring. He's got to slip in place. He will want to take the outside edge of Tennyson Roach Jr., who just worked that one into the leg side for yet another single. So a good over there again by the St. Michael team. 21 without loss after 2. Roach is on 14, and with him is Gittins on 6.
This partnership is becoming a very dangerous partnership between Shamari Gittins and Tennyson Roach. 21 runs so far off of just 2 overs. You look at the St. Michael lineup, their bowling lineup, and their bowling is their weakness. Their batting would have been their strength throughout this competition. So with Marshall and Chase having gone for 21 runs from their 2 overs collectively, this really places tremendous pressure on them. Outside of those 2 bowlers, you have Antoine Darlington that would have picked up 9 wickets from 5 innings with an economy rate of 5.6.
Chase to continue. That one is just chipped by Roach. Left of the man there at mid wicket. Man from mid off coming around to clean up. So yeah, another single. But Chase, like you said, Chase and Marshall, the two real henchmen for this St. Michael team. But they'll be on a little bit of pressure to start. The 22 and 2.1 overs of the St. Philip side just trying to get up to that 158. So they need to get a wicket if they're going to really get themselves into this game. And amongst this pair of Chase and Marshall, they'll be the men to do the job.
Well, ball by Chase. Shamari Gittins, prior to this match, would have played 5 games and scored 69 runs at an average of 13.80. So this opening pair of batsmen for the St. Philip team, they haven't turned up as yet, but they're off to a very good start. If they can continue to put pressure on the two best bowlers from the St. Michael team, then they're well on their way to lifting the title.
Lovely shot there by Young Gittins on the off side and doubling up for a second. Good running, good aggressive running. A well-weighted shot there, played into mid-wicket. The man on deep mid-wicket had a long way running in. The man at mid-wicket couldn't get there. So 2 good runs there to Gittins. He's moved his total up to 8, 24 without any loss. So they're really putting them together. Good partnership here, Kishmar. I can tell you pressure is mounting there on the St. Michael team. They need a wicket, they need one quickly.
Wide delivery on that occasion.
Yeah, just the pressure mountain. You can see him just trying to bowl that one away from the left-handed Gittins and just going wider outside the Austin, and Dave Thompson signal the wide. But yeah, pressure mountain 25, and this is what you want to do in a run chase. You want to be very thoughtful about the way you go about your runs. You haven't seen any real aggressive shots being played. It's just been very well played on the merit so far.
Beautifully bowled again and by Chase. Gittins just looking to give himself some room to hit Chase inside out over cover. There really and truly isn't any need at this stage of the game to be playing so loosely. You just had 2 very big overs. You're well above the required run rate.
Just remember the first 6 overs will be a power play. You can tell the 2 men outside the circle in this power play. He's got a man at third man and a man at deep mid wicket. So again, this one played on the legs and up to that man at mid wicket. Deep mid wicket coming in, so he's only one on that occasion. So you see the wides have bothered them a bit, Young Chase. Like you said, just need to stay consistent, Kishmar. I know you're a very experienced bowling coach, so I know you'll be telling your bowlers, just be patient, just stay on that off stump, just wait until it comes to.
Yes, and this is where dot ball percentages are going to be very crucial at this stage of the game. If you're not getting any wickets from your bowling, you have to really increase the dot ball percentage. Stop them from just taking over.
It's a lovely shot there by Tennyson Roach Jr. Will it get pretty close to the fence? It's a bit heavy out there, but they're looking for a third. But again, just the inconsistencies of Young Chase. Say left hand, right hand combination, and this time to the left hander, he's onto the legs, and a very lovely shot there played by Tennyson Roach Jr. to pick up another couple. So he's moved his score up to 17. Some 3 overs completed. Gittins, he's on 9, 28 without any loss, trying to get up to 158. So it's scoring at some 9.3. The required rate is 7.6. So they're in a very good position. 130 needed off 102 balls. St. Michael, they really need to get themselves together if they're going to cause any kind of a recovery here, Kishmar.
Yes, and outside of Antoine Darlington, as I would have mentioned, who's going to pick up the bowling after Jaden Chase and Shamar Marshall, there's just Ethan Woodard would have collected 5 wickets from 2 matches with an economy rate of 4.69, averaging 5. So their bowling is not really that deep, Andy. So if you can continue to put pressure on the bowler of Marshall and Chase, they're well on their way to lift the title. However, a chance to be taken, and it's easily taken there by Evan Currency Barnett. got a leading edge. Very comfortable catch taken by Currency Barnett in the end. Gittins, he goes for 9 off of 8 deliveries. So Marshall, the danger man for the St. Michael team, after going for 11 runs off his first over, he's back in his usual business way, picking up some wickets in that power play.
Yeah, pretty much against runner player, just trying to sweep that one. Just getting a bit of a top edge. It looks like Curtsy Barnett running back there from slip to comfortably hold on to that one. And Shamari Gittins, he's got a goal, losing his wicket. Pressure now turning back to the St. Phillips team. I was just going to tell you to put your coaching hat on there, Kishmar. Having that type of start, what would be your instructions to someone like Shamari Gittins, who was batting decently there with Tennyson Roach? No trouble. They didn't need any, like you say, you're looking at the backing bowlers. You want to get yourself deep and get a partnership going here. You didn't have to try anything. I was just going about to ask you, how would you instruct your batters at that stage?
I would have just instructed Gittins to continue to rotate the strike, let away the bad balls as they come, because Roach has been the aggressor so far in this innings. So it wasn't any need for him to really try to push on. Roach has placed tremendous pressure on both of the bowlers. So he really and truly did not read that situation correctly. He just had to stroke that delivery down to long on and pick up an easy single.
Yeah, you don't want to let someone like Shamar Marshall in. He said he's very experienced. He's in good form all season. He's been picking up wickets at every level that he's been played at. So you just want to keep him out. So he's now in his second over and he's picked up a wicket off his first delivery. Looks like Kevion Newton, the new batter, in. So a little pressure on the young man. Good enough to just represent the Barbados at the under 19 level. And he's doing a job here for his parish in St. Philip tonight.
Good dot delivery by Marshall.
Very good delivery again. That's what Marshall will be trying to do to the young man. Bowl the dot balls, get him under pressure, keep it hard for him to score. Pull yourself back into this game. Pull yourself back into this spell, Shamar Marshall. He's good enough to do it. You see him just bowl that one hard into the pitch, forcing Newton under the back foot. You want to trap him with those arm balls, and he needs to be mindful.
Well played for a single by Newton. So from a coaching perspective here, Andy, I would just be looking to rotate Marshall. When he bowls a bad delivery, we capitalize on it, because he's going to be bowling his 4 overs right out. And after Marshall and Chase, the St. Michael team's bowling is very weak. We just have Darlington to come into the attack, and then you would have seen Jordan Jones and others bowl some overs in between just to fill in as part-timers. There's Sariq Jilts. He has been bowling well in this competition for the St. Michael team. However, with this track here, that's very good for batting. If you can put some pressure on him early out. If you can put some pressure on him early out, it will be beneficial for the Philippines. A very good delivery ball by Marshall. A very good over ball indeed. Just considering 1 run. He went for 11 runs off his first over. He has now bowled 2 overs, 1 for 12.
Yeah, just picking up the wicket of Shamari Gittins there. Shamar Marshall, he said, very experienced campaigner, who's in good form, and just pulling it back there for his team, just conceding 1 run and picking up that wicket. A good over there for his team. You can see him just having some conversation with his captain Morris. I can tell you, he's going to be the danger man here, Shamar Marshall. Like you said, he's got the knack to pick up wickets and to be economical altogether. So the batters just need to be very mindful of that. Kevion Newton, new man, starting the innings, like he needs to be watchful and just try to turn over the strike to Tennyson Roach.
And that's all he needs to do in this situation here. Roach, the aggressor so far, 17 off of 13 deliveries. And as I mentioned earlier, about 3 minutes ago, Andy, after Chase and Marshall, they're going to go to Darlington. He has collected 9 scalps in this competition. So he's a bowler that you can capitalize on very easily. If you allow him to settle, he's gonna bowl the ball on the string, as we say in Trinidadian terms, bowl it on the string, keep it extremely tight. So you have to rotate him and let to put some pressure on him. And if they run rate, clocking along very well at 7.25 per over. Not a good start by Darlington.
I think he'd be happy with that, although it's away. I think he seems to get a bit of spin on that one, Kishmar. So that should be encouraging for him, really. That one seems to have just spin a long way past the keeper on the leg side. So he would be impressed by that start.
I can assure you that Roach will look to take on Darlington. Darlington better known for his wicket keeping ability. He's a very utility player, very handy player. Brilliantly bowled, the edge found. Should be looking to get 2 here, if not 4 runs.
Just 2 more to the total. You can see Tennyson Roach trying to play that one to cut. He's getting a bit of an on the edge, really, just bypassing that man that slip. So Darlington, as I said, 9 wickets in the tournament. He's looked pretty useful his first 2 deliveries, really. The first one being a wide, but nothing to really deter him, really, here.
And he keeps it extremely simple. As I said, he bowls it on the string. You will have to really and truly attack him to get him off his mark. If you allow him to settle, he's going to be extremely handy here for the St. Michael team. So this is where the rotation of strike is going to be extremely critical for the Philippines.
Sure you like that. This good ball in there again by Darlington. Roach can't beat the man in cover. Just picking up a single. But yeah, so you need to be mindful of how you're going about the run chase. Like you said, just keep it ticking over. Just have a score in mind after the first 6. Don't want to lose too many wickets in that power play. 1, you want to probably get up to 40. Which is 40 for 1. You'll take that any day chasing 158. You just need to be smart batting. He said he will want to go after him. You saw Kevin Newton going for that slog sweep. Just getting it down to that man at deep mid wicket to pick up a couple. Seems to be a bit damp down there. There's quite a few feeders down there just losing the footing, Kishmar. So you can put pressure on them and that deep down there.
Yes, they would definitely have to put pressure on the feeders in the deep. Make them hustle extremely hard to return the balls to the keeper or the bowler's end.
Spin on offer again, like by signal there by Dave Thompson, the umpire. But Darlington, like you said, seems to be a bit useful there. But yes, getting a bit of spin on the last delivery there. So some 5 overs is completed. It's 36 for 1. Tennyson Roach, he's on 20. Kevin Newton, he's on 4. Anton Darlington just 6 runs off his first over. So 122 runs required off of 90 balls as we make a double change in the booth here. It's going to be Anmar Goodrich Boyce and Hendy Wallace.
St. Philip 36 for 1. Needed 122 more from 90 deliveries. Yeah, thank you, Andy Payne and Kishmar Catlin. That's good fielding. Very good effort from the fielder. Alongside Hendy Wallace for the first time tonight. Good night to you, Hendy.
Good night to you, Anmar. And once again, good night to all of our viewers. Intriguing stage of the game here. You feel that St. Michael just got the momentum at the tail end of the innings, and they brought that momentum into the field.
Yeah, I do agree. Shot of the St. Michael captain there, Joshua Morris. He'll be very happy with his team's batting performance. They now have to do it in the field.
Well, we spoke about the moisture that the bowlers had to contend with. We saw them drying the ball quite a bit. Some inward movement there for Jilts. But yeah, the spinners in the St. Michael attack. Obviously that will be a factor for them to consider. They've got the leg spinner who's in there as well. And we've already seen Marshall and how economical he can be. So it really is a case of how, if they choose to go with the spinners, how they manage the ball.
Yeah, you mentioned the surface as well. Had a look at it with your good friend Andy Payne. Does look like a good deck. Something in it. Not too much grass on the top. Something in it both for the batters and the bowlers.
What batters like is consistency.
Yeah.
And an indication is sometimes you look at how they play against the spinners. It has a bit of a sheen on it as well. And, you know, there's some live grass there as well, but it looks like a really good flat surface.
Oh, that's good. Very good bowling.
Yeah, and what you look at is see that the batters are comfortable playing the spinners off the back foot. And that's normally an indication that they're trusting the bounce. It's a true surface. And, you know, batters can play their strokes.
Yeah, excellent camera work here. Very good look at the pitch there, as you rightfully mentioned.
We'll be looking for two here. Didn't run the first run that quickly. And the old adage there, like, push hard for the first run. And we've seen that the outfield's a little bit slow, so the fielders have an opportunity to keep more balls in play. So as a batting unit, you really want to put the pressure and run that first run hard.
Yeah, nice night to come out as well, taking the cricket action. So the over comes to an end. St. Philip, 41 for 1. Yeah, and the enthralling contest, as you rightfully mentioned. Current run rate 6.83. The game well poised in the balance.
Yeah, ideally they would not want this as St. Philip will not want the run rate to drop much less than that. They'll want to hover around about 6.5 to 7 runs and over, have wickets intact, and then really mount a challenge for this target.
There's Darlington. That has been hit with some disdain. Yeah, Morris looking to get on the end of it, but goes all the way for 6.
We haven't seen deliveries being flighted too much tonight. That one was given a little bit of air, and there was the batter just deliberately getting under. The bowler thought he was in business for a while, but it had just enough to carry over the long off area for 6.
It's another good shot from Newton.
Very brave there of Darlington to give it a bit more air. He probably wasn't. He was prepared to throw out the challenge to the batter there to go for the big shot again.
Now he's pushed another man on the boundary. Oh dear.
Again, we see the pressure on the fielder, the benefits of running the first run hard. Not every time it's going to happen, but you're going to push hard for that first run, and then the fielder is conscious. He's conscious of the fact that the batters are pushing hard, so he then gets a little bit tense, doesn't want to make the mistake, but invariably he does, and they get the second run. So that's the 50 up for St. Philip.
Has been very good running between the wickets as well. Yeah, just raising the current run rate you mentioned. St. Philip wanting to be in that, around that 6 per over They've now moved it to 7.65. Inching a bit closer to that 8 that is required. Oh my! The strength and power of Kevion Newton. That is a big shot.
I was going to say that the sixes can make a hell of a difference to the run rate, but they had 2 sixes in this over, and that second one there was the bigger one. Again, the flight there from Darlington, and Newton, he got a very strong base there. He knew exactly where he was going to hit that. We just hope the cards behind there are okay.
Yeah, what a shot from Newton. Really got hold of that one and has played it very well. Knocked it out of the park. Young Newton.
Yeah, just picking the length very well. And the slog sweep, very common shot in the T20 game, especially against the spinners. I'm just surprised that Darlington has still continued to give the ball such generous flight. And again, we spoke about the dimensions here of the field. It's a very big bungaree on that leg side, but it's downwind as well. So you feel as if once you get the aerial shot in place that you'll get full value for the shot.
Yeah, final ball of the over. Ends with a dot. It's been an expensive over, 18 from it. St. Philip 57 for 1.
Yeah, a good finish there by Darlington, but I think the damage was done in the first 5 balls of the over. And that will, Newton has come in and he's really hit the straps immediately. Quite an impressive strike rate. His 20 have just come off just 12 deliveries. And that was exactly what Tennyson Roach needed for the partnership. So they still need 101 runs. That required rate now has just dipped below the run rate. So that 101 needed off 78 deliveries. So I think that St. Philip will feel a little bit more comfortable with that equation.
Sariq jilts to continue. Starts with a wide.
His first over was actually quite good. He got a little bit of movement either way. He got one ball to really nip back sharply into the batter. But he's been able to hold that line just outside off stump. He's gone a tad wide on that occasion and guilty of maybe starting a little too wide on that occasion.
Yeah, that's better.
And that's a little bit easier for the captain there, Joshua Morris, to set his field. He'll be satisfied with that. Ideally, he want to get a wicket. Next best thing is a dot ball.
Yeah, dot balls like wickets, as you mentioned. And management of his bowlers will be very important as well for Morris, the captain. Interesting to see who bowls at the death.
Jits is just like a busy medium pacer. He's always asking questions. He's been able to vary his line and length and still be very accurate, which is very interesting to see from a young bowler. He's not quick. He's just doing enough with the ball to keep the batsman honest.
Yeah, and he's getting it to nip back in a bit to the right hand as well. Has a bit of variation as well to Hendy. As you mentioned, not too quick, not too slow, just a bit in between.
So they'll be pushing there for a second run. See that one just dying just outside the 30-yard circle, or where the 30-yard circle would be. And these two young batters have been doing quite well. They've been putting the pressure on the fielders. They've been running quickly and positively between the wickets, and it's paying dividends. So 6 runs off the over so far with no real fuss. And when chasing, that's the sort of thing that encourages the batting unit. The St. Michael attack have not been able to apply the pressure in terms of keeping the scoring rate down. So this is when the captain is thinking, well, I'm not keeping the runs down, I need a wicket. So then he's thinking about who is his best wicket taker.
And there he is, Morris. Yeah, that's definitely something that would be going through his mind. Final ball of the over. Over comes to an end. Just a 5 from it. St. Philip 63 for 1.
Plenty of advice coming from the sidelines.
Yeah, I wonder what that conversation's about. You have a clue, Hendy?
None whatsoever. But for me, this is key. Well, sorry, it's going to be a change. I thought the leg spinner was going to come into the attack, because I think that he's a key for St. Michael's as well, if he can get a grip on this ball. Because the wrist spinners, you know, they can go for a few runs, but they're also wicket takers. And as we said moments ago, you know, this is a point where if the runs are still ticking over freely and comfortably, then the captain wants to get a wicket to try and stem that flow.
You see the conversation going on, bit of field setting from Jilts and his skipper Morris. Morris, perhaps one of the most experienced players out there on the field tonight, having represented Barbados at the youth level. Often behind the stumps as a wicket keeper. Different responsibilities and duties in this team, in this competition. And I had a chat with the tournament director, Mr. Courtney Brown, when did mention about not only just the cricket, but it's an entire program put on by the Ministry of Youth Sports and Community Empowerment. So not just developing young cricketers, but developing young Barbadians and helping them to improve as citizens.
It definitely is. It's a worthwhile program, and you know, they'll obviously do the debriefing after this tournament and see what they can do differently, what they can do to improve. But I think from all reports at this stage, it's been a resounding success. So this is an interesting bowling style here from Jadon Jones. I wouldn't exactly say he's spinning it, but he looks like he's bringing it out of the front of the hand, but off the middle finger. So that's an interesting style.
Yeah, did well with the bat, Jones, and you want to back up that performance with an even better one with the ball. Let's see what he can produce.
It's protection out there in the sweeper position. So we wouldn't call it off spin, but it's uncomplicated slow bowling.
Yeah, just bring it over, really. Jones. Will it be effective?
It's like if they're waiting for the batters to make a mistake. Captain Morris positioned himself at long off I suppose he appreciates the importance of having your best fielders in the business areas, certainly for taking catches. But it means he's a long way from the action. They'll be pushing for 2 on this occasion. Some hesitation, good fielding. Getting in there quite quickly. And that can make the difference too, and more the anticipation of the shot. So you realize from the bat lift, it's not going to be a big shot. And as a boundary fielder, you start to, the weight is going forward, the balls of your feet coming in. Narrowing the angle, and that was good feeling on that occasion.
Yeah, I do agree. Last ball of the over. Oh, that's a good stop from Morris. Excellent fielding from the captain. And it's a good way to end the over. 68 for 1.
Fantastic work there by the captain, and we spoke about having your strong fielders in the business end of the field, and that was a perfect example. Really saved his team 3 runs there, because it looked like 4 runs for all money as that one went dead straight right back over the umpire's head, and there was Morris really making good ground. And you see, even the batters there thought it was 4 because it was so well placed, but Morris did an excellent job moving around to his right.
Yeah, really good fielding from the captain. And Roach and Newton have been building a very good partnership here. Yeah, Roach actually stopped running in anticipation of the ball getting to the boundary. Stopped by this man, Morris. Very good fielding. $89 required from 66 balls. That is the equation here. This the final of the Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20 League. New bowler, Rashad Worrell.
Yeah, taking a chance there, looking to field the ball with one hand. As you said, it's quite a lush outfield, so you will get some uneven bounce from time to time. And the coach will be shouting in your ear, play it safe, get both hands to it. Give yourself the best possible opportunity to pick it up cleanly. And that's what St. Michael needs now. They need to be strong in the field. No ball there called. So a bit of a gift there with the free hit. But yes, St. Philip, they were very ordinary in the field, and it probably cost them about maybe 30 or 35 runs. And St. Michael certainly won't want to make those mistakes. So free hit coming up.
And Newton had one free hit as well in the other innings. And this is into the air, but even if the catch is taken, it wouldn't count. They get a run for it. 2.
And another no ball.
So encore.
Unforgiving as far as I'm concerned. But we saw St. Philip committing the same error. Cardinal error.
Yeah, and we just saw Worrell wait after this delivery. That is gone this time. This time, Newton takes full advantage and gets a big one, 6 runs. And I was just making the point, Hendy. We saw the previous delivery. There's the 50 partnership coming up between Newton and Roach. But we saw on that previous occasion the bowler just marking his steps back to his point. Wasn't effective.
Yeah, that's normally the reaction from the bowler to take it back a bit, but that can also cause you to overstride because it's not a natural stride. I think it's admirable how both these batters, follow up the big shot. They then look for the single or the two. Because with the big shot, it just sort of pushes the fielders in the circle back a bit. They feel as if they have to just step back a bit because you're going for the power shots. And there we saw a perfect example where the batter just dropped it on the offside and picked up an easy single.
Yeah, like by signal by the umpire Boyce. Yeah, a rising star in cricket umpiring, Shamar Boyce. Flicked away. Just get the single from it. But yeah, umpire Boyce standing in the middle. Getting some good experience, good exposure as well. So not only exposure for the players and the coaches, but for the umpires as well and the officials. Final ball of the over. Yeah, good cricket all around. Well bowled, well played, well fielded. And the over comes to an end. St. Philip 85 for 1. Time for a commentary change.
Big over there for St. Philip. 15 runs coming off that over. And at the drinks break, now St. Philip find themselves certainly slightly ahead. 85 for 1 after 10 overs. A current run rate of 8.5. So they'll be very happy with that. St. Michael really have an opportunity now to regroup as to how best they can first of all stymie this very healthy run rate and probably more importantly to try and pick up some wickets. I still believe that the key is with the leg spinner, but they haven't gone that route as yet. We've spoken a lot about the moisture with the ball and the difficulty in managing the ball, so that may be a contributing factor for the wrist spinner. A finger spinner has a little bit more control with it bowling a damp ball or a wet ball, but the wrist spinner really needs to get that maximum grip on the ball, get that middle finger or the third finger really ripping the ball. So that may have contributed to the St. Michael team making the decision not to get the leg spin into the attack as yet. But I think it's now got to, well, I wouldn't say desperate proportions, but it's bordering there as Andy Payne joins me again.
Thank you, Hindi. Interested, like you said, that the leg spinner has not been given the ball as yet. But obviously, it was something that had to come into his selection, knowing that he would have probably met these conditions. So reluctantly refused to get him into the attack. It must be some other tactical move. But generally, the leg spinner is one who can pick up some wickets. So I think there might be some thought to rethink that strategy here, especially with the partnership being forged as this pair is done. Don't look to be in any much of a bother, really. It'll be batting beautifully, like you said, how Newton, young player on the 19 Barbados player, how he's gone about his innings so far after the boundary. He's just looking to rotate the strike, get Roach back on. I thought he's done a fantastic job. And Roach, senior player in the team, so to speak, he knows if his team is gonna lift this trophy, he got to bat pretty deep. And so far, he's done a good job. He said for the ball inside, it just probably need to go to that leg spinner, or they might need to consider someone like Marshall, who's been their most potent weapon so far in the competition. They might need to get him back into the attack, and pretty soon just probably try to break this partnership and try to make some inroads into that middle order and into the lower half of the innings. So, Hindi?
Yeah, pretty good assessment there. And, as I said, it's a little bit surprising that they haven't gone for the leg spinner. We reckon, again, you know, if you're going to give a leg spinner into the attack, you want to give him when there's some runs to support him, because he can leak runs. A wrist spinner can leak some runs, but they're also known for taking wickets. So you really don't want to get it when it's a little bit too deep in the run chase. Although having said that, if you can sort of pull that run rate back a bit, and where the batters then have to really force the pace, that too can also bring the leg spinner into play. But they've had a chance to regroup now, St. Michael. They've had some discussions with their coach as well. And we saw a change when St. Philip were in the field. Right after the drinks break, we saw they came back with, they were ultra aggressive, with Griffiths in particular from the northern end, and where he came back and he started to bowl some short deliveries, and it was a clear case where there was a change in tactics, and it paid dividends at the time. So let's see what St. Michael will come up with now. It looks like the leg spinner is finally coming into the attack. So we'll see how this goes. We could be first for talking foolishness, or it may very come to fruition.
Well, one thing, Hindi, your knowledge always serves well. I'm sure someone in the crowd probably would have heard your analysis, and they've gotten the leg spinner in as soon as the drink spray is completed. So Ethan Woods, leg spinner that we're speaking about, one who's been to UE of recent in the Division 1 competition, and he's been picking up some wickets, so he's been in pretty good form, Ethan Wood. But he will want to break this partnership and pull his team back in. 85 for 1. Roach on 34 from 32, and Newton 35 from 22. Like you said, the target is 158. It's still 73 runs needed, so still a required rate of 7.3. Just to give the leg spinner something to work with, like you rightfully said.
Being very meticulous with the field placing, which is understandable, as the breeze picks up as well. Here's Wood. Generous flight. And it's amazing at all levels, Andy, you know, when the spinner comes in, a wrist spinner comes into the game, it's amazing how it's just like an express fast bowler. It just raises the intrigue. You don't know what to expect, but you just expect that something will happen.
So wide delivery on that occasion by Ethan Wood. Like you said, yeah, it just raises that interest, really. You said they're known to create some kind of problem. Like you said, it could go expensive if they don't get it right on the day. Sometimes some of their worst deliveries can get them a wicket, and we've seen that a lot in cricket from the leg spinner.
Again, aggressive running from these two. And it seems as if they were a little bit slow completing the first run, as if they were not really committed to look for that second run. But in the end, they got in quite comfortably. You see Wood, they're just taking his time to dry the ball. All right, obviously rubbing his fingers in the turf to help with the grip. The grip is so important for the wrist spinner.
Sweep shot comes up for the leg spinner from Roach, but he's got some protection down there, Wood. So the man at square leg is just completing the save down there for 1. Yeah, but like you said, the moisture factor, the dew factor, like you said, throughout this tournament, there's been quite a bit of dew. So like I said earlier in the piece, the team feeding second, they find themselves under a bit of pressure in terms of drying the ball. So they thought that the team at the front, they had a bit of an advantage. But the leg spinner, he needs to get that grip, like you said.
Picked the spot perfectly, and for a moment his mouth would have been in his hands, but it went right in the gap between those two fielders on the boundary. I'm just wondering if the fielder at the deep mid-wicket area picked it up initially. So it was in the air, they were hopeful, but just in the gap.
Yeah, well played in the end. So Ethan Wood thought he had a chance. You saw him just raise his hands in anticipation of something happening. But like I say, Cavian Newton just found in the gap again. So he's moved up to 39, 93 for 1. But good batting there by the part of Newton. The ball flighted, giving some outside the off stump. And again, he went into the sweep shot.
Obviously going to try to make 2 out of this again. This is excellent running from these two. Fantastic running.
And you can tell you, Kevin Newton, he's a real athlete. Just represented Barbados. Carifta as well, 100s in the relay, as well as Barbados in the under-19 cricket so far for this year. So he's having a good year. You can see how he's running between the wickets. He's really pulling them along, and he's very quick. So putting that additional pressure on the field inside.
Fault shot there. Yeah, could have easily gone back onto the stumps, but the fortune in favor of the batting side. So 11 overs completed. That's 96 for 1.
Yeah, some 11 runs coming off of that over from Ethan Wood. The leg spinner, like you said, just trying to get his grip going. You thought that he had a half chance really when he saw that ball from Newton going into the air. Had a man at wide mid wicket could go to hand, but he's bowled some pretty good deliveries. We've seen generous flight he's given the ball, but good batting by this pair. They're very much in Hindi, so no chances they're given, and you can see that they want to see the team home. I said he's batting very expertly up to this point.
Yeah, looking extremely comfortable at the moment. As you mentioned earlier, with Marshall, who is the real wicket taker in this tournament. So it would be fair to say that the captain is now reaching desperate proportions. So he's gone for his key man, Marshall.
Well, yeah, he has to go here. I mean, Marshall, this partnership is really causing some concern to the field inside, just at Michael teams. So you have to go to your trump card. Really, you want him to come into the attack and pick up a wicket for you. You need to ask him, and he's also one who can bowl for the economical. The ballers here, on the other hand, they just need to be mindful that this is a job required by Marshall, where he wants to get that wicket and just to be as selective as possible against him.
Yeah, I would be a little bit more attacking as well. I would throw the dice. I would have a slip in as well. Notwithstanding the fact that both these batters are well set, but I'd be pricing for a wicket. Now, we know that Marshall's not a big spinner of the ball, but again, it just gives you that extra opportunity and the mindset that we're looking to take wickets.
Yeah, that's why you were such a good captain, Hindi. But yeah, you would think that they want to prize a wicket out here, as you rightfully said. So you need to create some kind of a chance. Really, you can't allow them to be as comfortable as they has been so far in the innings. I can see that one coming off the outside edge, but just all along the ground there and going to the man at short third man for yet another single. So Marshall, like you see, the accuracy about Marshall, you need to give him some support.
And that particular shot was deliberately played with the open blade to get the ball down to third man or short third man. But if a slip was in place, it's a bit of a risky shot. No, that's going to be missing leg. Marshall is desperate, but it's missing leg. Going with the arm, and he tried to put the umpire under a little bit of pressure, but this guy's a good umpire. He's well rated. The players talk a lot about him, and he always has this calm demeanor and giving it not out.
A good decision again there by Shamar Boyce. Very well called about this young umpire. I hope to see him soon going on to a higher level. But he's very astute in his decision making, and like you said, well respected by most of the players in the on the circuit.
So it's quite a healthy run rate at the moment, so no real risk required in facing up to Marshall, so they could really block him out. Just one run off the over so far, and that's another single, so they'll settle for that. I think more importantly that they're still there. 98 for 1.
As expected, Shamar Marshall, he would come into the attack and he would be pretty economical, but good batting by the pair. They didn't take any chances to get him, just that one arm ball, and a good decision made there by Shamar Boyce, the umpire. You can see Marshall just trying to make that impact in this partnership, but not in that over. Like you said, the captain probably could have gone a bit more aggressive with his feet placing and give Marshall that support. Just get into the head of the batters a little bit more. But it was an easy over for them in the end. Like you said, the required run rate is in such a good, healthy state. 7 required off to close out the innings. 12 overs gone, 98 runs, just 60 runs and 48 deliveries. It's not a lot of pressure. There's still some 9 wickets in the hat, so you need to create those chances. So you would thought that he really would have given Marshall some more support.
I think it's all about where you look to pull the fielders from as well. And I would have taken the chance of leaving up the short fine leg and maybe having a slip and a silly point. So Wood is getting a little bit of turn here. It's not something that we've seen a lot of tonight. But again, we see the batters putting the fielders under so much pressure. And, you know, that was the bugbear for St. Philip in the field. But theirs was more sort of with catches. But St. Michael have been struggling with their ground fielding. As the 100 comes up for St. Philip, 100 for 1 after 12 overs and 1 ball. Really in control at this stage.
Very much in control, like you said. He would need that support in the outfield. The ground fielder needed to be a little bit better. But good batting there again, just rotating the strike. Tennyson Roach Jr. just hitting that one down to long on. Bren Newton back on strike, just putting that pressure back on Wood. He said he would have warded to ball and delivery earlier to Newton, but that man on the sweeper boundary just taking his eyes off of that, and good running by the pair continues.
So you talk about pressure. The pressure now is on Wood because every ball now he'd be looking to take a wicket. And just drags that one down and it gets the treatment all the way for maximum. So the pressure really on now, St. Michael. They're picking this spot, picking their bowlers, and the pressure's on.
Very well played by Kevin Newton. Just see the leg spinner pulling that one down as leg spinners 10-2. And you saw him getting a bit upside the off and hitting that one over that long area and over the pavilion. And he struck with tremendous disdain. Good timing on that one. See, it's a good work by the camera crew, just hitting on the roof. But 6 more runs there to Newton, taking his total up to 49. But what a good innings it has been by the young man.
And what I like about that shot is the way how he extended the arms. He didn't look to hit it to mid-wicket. He looked to hit it just wide of long on. Because, again, he's anticipating any spin that would take the ball away from him. There wasn't much, but at least he set himself at a good base, and he got the arms fully extended and got the power into the shot. Excellent batting.
So you can see the deflation in the team of the St. Michael team now. As seen the umpire seems to be calling for a change delivery, change ball, as that one was hit over the pavilion. There you see umpire Thompson and umpire Boyce seems to be wanting the change ball. But if you see the third umpire in Tremaine Prescott, he will be going up there. But such a good innings being put together here by this pair. He said Hendy, 2 players of great repute. You see Tennyson Roach Jr., he's been in good form over the last couple of years. You've seen him really coming to the fore of recent and really putting together some good scores. And now young Kevin Newton, like you said, fresh off the under 19 circuit. Look at this one again, like you said, just extended those levers and hitting that one long over wide, long on for yet another 6. So good shot, but together this pair has been doing a really, really good job.
I think what is key is you mentioned about Roach. If he sets himself to bat deep into the innings, you know, they stand a good chance of winning. But with Newton coming in and scoring so freely, it took all the pressure off Roach. All he had to do was to work the ball around. And Newton has really been the man who has set the tone for this partnership because he's been able to score so quickly. His 49 coming off just 29 deliveries.
They've complemented each other really, really well. And the running between the wickets as well. It's really putting that additional pressure on the fielding team. You can see, like I said, good athletes, good runners, and really, really putting the pressure on. See the misfields in the outfield. Probably just taking his eyes off the ball to the fielders as the pressure continues to mount. So the ball is back with us. It's Ethan Wood trying to make that breakthrough.
And that's 50 for Kevin Newton. Excellent batting, big stage, the final. Very nonchalant with the acknowledgement, as if he said it's a piece of cake.
Well, Let's hope it's a good piece of cake, because like you said, in the final, there's always that pressure to try to get a score going, especially when the runs are on the board. But this pair has done really well. So Kevin Newton, a well played 50 off 30 deliveries, and just 50 runs required now off 44 balls. The required rate just falling down to something in the rate of 6. Another single comes up off the leg spinner. But this is fantastic batting by this pair.
So what they've actually done now is to get the required rate, nearly just down to a run a ball, which is a fantastic achievement. When we thought that 140, 145 was probably par score, you went for 160. A bit of spin there, and if you go on the reaction of Wood suggest that there may have been an edge.
Yeah, you can see that the leg spinner just creating that chance that we spoke about. Hindi seems to be the outside edge taken. You saw Newton just groping on that one, and it seems to have spin away from him. It seems to have taken the edge, and Rivera Cottle, the keeper, wasn't able to hold on to that one. So like you said, it would proven to be a bit expensive, but creating the chance, so it seems, and the keeper not being able to hold on. So Kevin Newton maybe have had a life there. As you have a look at this one, Hindi, yeah, it looks like it would have taken the outside edge.
And the keeper guilty of maybe snatching at it.
Yeah.
They see the funny side of it. I don't think Ethan Wood thought it was very funny. But you just look at the keeper's gloves. He was, I don't know if he was looking to go for the stumping, but you see the gloves just went hard at it. And in trying to get it on the second attempt, he wasn't able to do so.
So chance going to Begin. It's going to be another bowling change from the southern end. So Ethan Wood, unfortunate not to have picked up his man. 2 overs for 22 runs. Tennyson Roach Jr., he being eager probably to get up his half century as well. As Jilts is back from the southern end and starts with a wide.
Yeah, Jilts, I like to call him the busy medium pacer. A little bit of each way movement, nipping around. Good English seamer. Well, I'm afraid there's no English conditions here today. So he's got his work cut out. And these two batters well set. They were just looking to pick him off. 1s and 2s.
So yeah, 1s and 2s will do it. Like you said, just trying to get that run rate down. And coming down just 6.8. Just trying to get it down to a run a ball. So Jilts, just see that delivery outside the Austin. And Roach going hard of it. Just get one bounce down to the man, that third man. So picking up yet another single. So this partnership continues to grow and to be painful for the St. Michael team. So it's Nelson, 1-1-1 for one, Hindi.
Some people believe, others can be bothered. So we'll see. Great awareness there. Wide down the leg side. It was a difficult take for the keeper. He was only able to parry it around. But there was Roach being very alert and picking up the extra run. And little things like that can just make the difference. We always talk about when the team is down, you want to put the foot on the throat. It's not always the big shots, but little things like that can make a difference. So just seeking confirmation, umpire Boyce, from his colleague whether the ball actually carried, and he got the confirmation from umpire Thompson. So that's the end of Tennyson Roach. Played a good innings, a bit of a bottom edge, I think. And says that's the busy thing about Jilts. He'll make something happen. A couple of wides down the leg side, but getting it back on track and picking up the edge as there was Roach trying to run the ball down the third man. It seemed like it just bounced a bit on him as well. And good catch by the keeper coming forward and getting the gloves under it. Umpire Boyce just verifying with his colleague that he got the gloves under it. And then came that dreaded index finger to tell Tennyson Roach, you've done well, but you're on your way.
Yes, Hendy, and even voice making that decision, the assuredness about him. You see the players going up there, had the anxiety, but he wasn't bothered at all. He was on move. He just went to his call. You see him just asking them to hold on, and then before he made that decision, you can see the assuredness about Shamar Boyce. But a good decision in the end. But that man, just like you spoke about, Hindi, just making something happen, like you said, a busy type of medium pace bowler, inducing the edge with the additional bunks there on Roach. So he'd be happy to pick up that wicket. Sariq Jilts, he's picked up one. Tennyson Roach gone for a well played 40 odd. But brings Rashawn Ramsey, the new batter, into the strike and into the crease. So still another 45 runs required and 40 deliveries. Let's see how it goes from here.
Yeah, things can happen. Things can happen. And I suspect there's a bit of a pep in the step here for young Jilts. And with the lefty coming in, he just angled that one across him. And yeah, you just made the motion there. Reading my mind, Andy, that slip, you know, it's worth the risk. It's worth the risk.
Where's that slip? Where's that slip? One can bring two. He needs to support him. Getting a lovely delivery. So Ramsey just driving at that one. Loose shot, pretty much so. But your man Jilts continues to show his worth, his skill set. Looks good, Hindi. He's not pacey, but like I said, in English conditions, he looked like he'd be a handful.
And Ramsey just coming to the crease, would have been sitting inside for a while. And just for the last half an hour or so saying, oh, things look quite easy out there. And then suddenly he realized he's missed his first two deliveries. That one off target. He has to bowl that one again. But again, he saw the shape of the ball going into the left-handed batter. I guess if it was a right-hander, it would have been a pretty good delivery.
Yeah, it seems like he's got some good skills, young Sariq Jilts. Speaking to Kishmar Catlin a bit earlier, and he's mentioned to this young kid, he said he's got some movement, he gets some movement with the ball. We can see it here, Hindi, and he seems to have got an idea of what he wants to do.
Just making it into the boundary. Probably the fielder wasn't as committed as he needed to be. It's always going to be downhill. And the backspin, as we call it, you know, the ball just going away agonizingly close to the fielder, but making its way to the boundary. Wasn't a convincing shot. And got a top edge there. And it went high in the air. The fielder was at short fine leg, so he had to run back. No chance of a catch. But I'm sure the teammates were hoping that he would be able to pull it back.
It's wide again on that occasion, but you see him just trying to take it away from the left-hander. Like I said, he's got his balls. He's got the balls in his arm. He just needs to be thoughtful about his mode of dismissal.
The thing is that Ramsey's not going to die wondering anyway, because he's playing the big shots. They're just checking now. The wide has been rescinded, and it's a no ball for fielding infraction.
Yeah, it just seems to got one fielder too much outside of the circle. So the wide, like you said, being retracted, and no ball signals or free hit. He says so. Ramsey, he should enjoy this. He seems like he's had quite a few free hits since he came to the crease. So now it's a legal one.
And my man Jilts had the answer. So that's 14 overs completed finally. 14 overs. St. Philip still in control, 119 for 2.
Yeah, very eventful over there from young Jilts. He said getting that wicket of Tennyson Roach, who was caught behind there by Cottle. But he's went for a well-played 40 odd. Kevin Newton, he's still very much there. So it's just some 39 runs required from 36 deliveries. Still 8 wickets in the bag, really, for the St. Philip side. So they would think that they're in the ascendancy, really. Rashawn Ramsey, the new batter, in showing quite a lot of aggression since he came to the crease with his 5 deliveries. He plays a shot of ball, really. He's just got one boundary to show to that. But this man, Kevin Newton, on 50 off 31, I think he'd be the answer, really. And he would like to take it down as deep as he can for his team.
Yeah, Ramsey's played a shot a ball, 5 balls he's faced, he's missed 4 of them. and the boundary was from the top edge. So another change. Wood was not able to get another over. They've gone with Jaden Jones to come back into the attack with his uncomplicated slow bowling. This time he's decided to bowl over the wicket in a more conventional form.
He started with a dot delivery. Ball well into the pitch. Some kind of pace as well. He said off spinner, not looking to spin it really. Jadon Jones just really more of getting the pace onto it and try to bowl wicket to wicket.
Opportunity for a chance and just dropping agonizingly close amongst 3 fielders. But guess what? They were able to come back for 2 runs.
Again, a hard push in the middle between the pair. You saw that man, Kevin Newton, deceived probably by the pace of Jadon Jones. And they were able to get all of it and hitting high up in the splice. And like I said, landing between some 3 fielders, converging, trying to complete the catch. But Jones, like I said, not trying to really spin it. He's not that of traditional off spinner who would loop it and try to beat you inside the gate. Really one of a lot more pace.
There's a bit more support now for St. Michael coming onto the field there. That short third man.
It's not in the greens of the St. Michael team, really.
Yeah, it hasn't been declared in the team, so someone tell you got to get off.
Again, you saw that replay, that one just landing in between some 3 fielders, and good aggressive running again by this man, Kevin Newton, and pulling Ramsey with him and picking up 2. So Jones, continue.
It's just amazing, you know, with the pressure, how fielders can make just basic mistakes. They do the drills time and time again, but in the melting pot, the pressure of a melting pot, not everybody can move around as smoothly as that.
Look at that feeder that Hindi was talking about. It's got 4 legs.
Good work in the outfield on that occasion. So far, not too bad an over, just 3 runs off the over. Could have been a wicket. Looking to finish strong is Jaden Jones. So something to celebrate for St. Michael. A tight over, and didn't pick up a wicket, but next best thing, 15 overs completed. That current run rate is now 8.13, 36 needed off 30 balls.
So 6 runs required, 30 balls left.
.36 from 30 is the equation. St. Philip 122 for 2. This man, Kevin Newton, has played a very good innings.
His final over.
53 off 35. Supported well from Tennyson Roach as well. Not being there at the end, but very good batting between those 2. Shamar Marshall. This 3 overs so far, picking up the 1 wicket, 14 runs conceded. This is his final one. What is it the bowling team has to do now, Kishmar, from this standpoint?
Well, they have to bowl a lot of dot deliveries, just increase that dot ball percentage. The current run rate is now 8.02 runs, and the required run rate is at 7.50. So they need to bowl a lot of dot balls, build some pressure on the batting pair, and then look to take wickets. If they have to win this game, they have to take wickets.
Oh dear. It's gone over the fielder's head and all the way to a boundary. So yeah, welcome runs for St. Philip. It's not what Marsh and St. Michael wanted.
At most, that should have only been 1 run. Sariq Jilts on the long boundary came in a bit too hard. Didn't judge the catch properly. It could have been taken. It wasn't taken in the end. Should have just been 1 run. He got a good bounce that bounced right over his head. It's a sloppy feeling in the end. Settle there, push 1 hand in the air.
Well, that is gone. The fielder under it and takes a catch. So it's the wicket they needed. Just going for the big shot. And Marshall strikes. And he goes for 8. 1-2-7 now. For 2.
We answer wickets. Ramsey swept that one in the air. Well caught in the end by Wood at deep square leg. Easily taken by Wood. The catching so far from the St. Michael team has been good for the most part. And that was a very important scalp. However, Kevin Newton is still at the crease. He will have to break home for his team. Ramsey was struggling from the inception, struggling to rotate the strike. Scored 8 off of 10 deliveries. However, in his short knock of 8 runs, he was really struggling to rotate the strike with success. He was forcing his deliveries. He looked very uncomfortable. That shot was not needed at this stage of the game. He just had to continue to attempt to rotate the strike and let Newton get off strike. So Marsh picking up his 2nd wicket. 2 for 19 so far from 3.5 overs. With an economy rate of 4.96.
And it brings the captain to the crease, Najib Bishop. 31 now required from 25. Final ball of the over. Just the 1 from it. So Marshall finishes his spell. 2 for 19 from 4. 128 for 3. St. Philip. They require no 30 from 24. What a contest we have here. Kishmar, and it promises to go right to the end. As we see the captain, Joshua Morris. Of St. Michael. And these remaining overs now all important in terms of which way this game will go. Looks easy, 30 from 24. But what we do know is that a couple of wickets can make things very interesting here. Especially if they were to get the prize wicket of Newton. He has played a very good innings. Bishop, the captain, new at the crease, hasn't been able to settle just yet, only facing the one delivery. So if they can get 2-3 wickets here, we could be in for a very interesting finale.
Yes, and Jordan Jones will have to be the bowler to take those 2 to 3 wickets. None for 9 from 2. Well played by Bishop, getting Newton back on strike. That's what's most important for the St. Philip team. Outside of Jordan Jones, looking at the bowling line out here, and you have Jaden Chase, 2 overs, none for 17. Antoine Darrington, 2 overs, none for 22. Sirek Jutz, 1 for 21 from his 3 overs. Rashad Ward, 9 for 15 from his 1 over. Jones is into his 3rd over now, so if Jones is bowled out, who else is going to come back into the attack? Who is the St. Michael team going to bank on to try to bring it home for them? Because the other bowlers, they've been knocked all over the park.
This is a chance for the catch. Oh no. It was in the air for a bit. And that is the look on Jones's face. A look of frustration. Mix up between the fielders here, Kishmar. Someone really should have taken that catch.
Yes, that should have been taken. Evan Currency Barnett on the long one boundary. He's not the fastest of fielders, and that's not the first ball that was struck down this side of the ground. And we speak about specialist fielders and the situational awareness. Was he the best fielder at this critical stage of the game to be patrolling the long one boundary? You would have observed what happened earlier, where some balls would have dropped just short of him.
It's in the air again. That too will drop just in front of the fielder. Morris on this occasion. Yeah, that one very difficult than the previous opportunity there. Let's look at it another time, but this really should have been taken. And if he was perhaps walking in, might have been a simpler catch. That's a good single. Yeah, and very good running between these two.
Good awareness by Newton. He actually forced the hands of Bishop to run. Bishop was not interested initially to take that single that was short to the fielder at backward point. But Newton made a good call in the end to get himself back on strike.
This time there's a fielder under it. Oh my dear. Oh my dear, my dear, my dear. How many times have we seen this? Jones has been putting in the work and his fielders has been letting him down time and time again. In the air again. Oh my dear, my dear, my dear, my dear.
That should have been taken. Chase was not able to get into the catching zone and to hold on to it. Jones just putting his length back, encouraging Newton to reach for that delivery. In and out. But I would have mentioned in and out, but Chase was nowhere near to be there to that ball. It was in the air long enough. Someone should have been there. Chase was the closest fielder to that ball, and that catch should have been taken. It is these type of things that can change the momentum of a game. A brilliant catch can change the game in your favor.
And it means the over comes to an end. St. Philip 135 for 3. 23 now required from 18. And St. Philip will know that once this young man is there, Kevion Newton, have a big chance of being victorious in this, the final of the Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20 League.
Newton is a man that needs to be dismissed. I would have mentioned the top 4 batters for the St. Philip team earlier tonight. Intense and Roach, who had 85 runs before this final from 4 innings. Najee Bishop has 75 runs from 5 matches before this innings. Shamari Giddens has 69 runs from 5 matches before this innings. And Rashawn Ramsey, he was on 54 runs from 4 matches before his innings tonight. Those are the 4 main batters for the St. Philip team. So if you can dismiss Newton, the St. Michael team are in for a very slim chance to win this match. Jordan Jones has bowled his 3 overs, 9 for 16. He was very unfortunate, creating 2 chances in his last over that should have been taken. This brings Tariq Jilks back into the attack for his last over. He has bowled fairly decent so far, 1 for 21 from his 3 overs.
Starts well. Jilts. A Yorker to begin. Dot balls will feel like wickets here for this St. Michael team. That is gone. For a chance, there was the chance, but it goes all the way for 6. 16 balls remaining, 17 runs required now.
That was a very difficult chance. Jilks just coming back here in the death overs and bowling length. That is not the length to bowl. Too short on that occasion. Easily picked up by Bishop over the deep mid wicket boundary for a 6. So that was extremely difficult for the field. It looks like Shamar Marshall who really tried to hold on to that catch.
Yeah, would have been some catch that he held on to that one. But as you rightfully mentioned, Kishmar, yeah, difficulty level 100.
So Jilts need to bowl the ball full and straight at the stumps.
Glorious. Well driven, well timed. Boundary for St. Philip. They inch a bit closer now to the promised land.
That was a beautiful straight drive by Bishop. Jilts just being too full on that occasion, missing his length, making the umpire Shamar just evade that bullet. So this is pressure, Anmar. This is pressure, ladies and gentlemen. 10 runs off his first 3 deliveries of his last over.
Where will Jilts go now? Oh my, that is magnificent. A shot that is well hit from Bishop. This has been outstanding from this St. Philip team. Their celebration, their celebrating is not over yet. Not over yet, but this is some shot.
That was right in the slot and it got the treatment it deserved. Nice and powerfully struck back over the head of Jilts into the side screen for a maximum.
Someone said bring the balls.
So that has really eased the pressure on Newton, who has batted extremely well so far. Bishop now goes to 20 off of 8 deliveries with 1 4 and 2 sixes with a strike rate of 250.
Seven now required from 14. Has already conceded 16 runs from the over. Jilts. Captain really doing his part in this innings. Naj Bishop scored very quickly, 20 from 8. Where will Jilts go now? Has to recover well, has to end strong this over. Here's Jilts to Bishop. finds the gap, and it's another boundary for St. Philip. Loud applause around the Gaw Hill playing field because St. Philip now are just 3 runs away from being crowned champions.
Right in the slot again. Bishop just throwing his bottom hand into that delivery, putting the young fast bowler in Jilts under tremendous pressure. He's only 14 years old. He has been bowling extremely well in this competition, but in a final where there's a lot of pressure, there are about 350 fans around the ground cheering on their respective teams. The main bowlers that were picking up the wickets tonight, they went for some runs. So a lot of pressure then was placed back on the shoulders and the back of young Surik Jilts.
Final ball of the over. Is it the final ball of the match? Jilts to Bishop. Ends with a dot. They'll have to wait, St. Philip. They'll have to wait. 155 for 3.
A very expensive over by Jilts. 20 runs coming off his final over. He had 1 for 21 from 3 overs. He just missed his length on too many occasions to Bishop, who was in a no-nonsense mood. Bishop now goes to 24 off of 10 deliveries with 2 4s and 2 6s. He has eased the pressure tremendously for Newton, who's on 58 off of 40 deliveries. You saw the celebrations from Newton as Bishop continued to pounce off the bowling of Jilts earlier.
With Jones to come back. He's bowled 3 overs so far, none for 16. And St. Philip are nearly there. Just the 3 runs now required. The crowd is on its feet here at Gaw Hill in St. John. Boisterous crowd we have here on our hands. Nervous faces, anxious moments, of course. Couple of fielding adjustments here. And there it is. It's history for St. Philip here in Gaw Hill, St. John. They are the inaugural champions of the Barbados Cricket Community Program Block T20 League for 2025. Congratulations to St. Philip defeating St. Michael. And what a tournament it has been here. After 2 weeks of enthralling cricket, lovely talent, excellent display of the beautiful game we love so much. It is St. Philip who are crowned the champions, and this is the moment.
Najee Bishop, the captain, is a very happy man. Newton and his teammates are happy men, happy campers tonight. They were the underdogs for this final, Anmar. St. Michael would have defeated them in the preliminaries, so they had that psychological advantage on the Philippines. However, Coach Jafari topping, even when the St. Michael team were scoring very quickly, and they amassed 158 runs off of their 20 overs. You saw the coach had them in the huddle. He spoke to them for about 5 minutes, and then they came off the field. They were well focused. They knew what they had to do, and they came out and they executed. They achieved the objectives that they set out to achieve. So congratulations to the St. Philip team.
Confirmation St. Philip are the champions of the Barbados Community Cricket Programme Block T20 League for 2025. They defeat St. Michael by 7 wickets. You always hear in tournament competitions that it is good to register loss earlier in the competition. That wasn't the case for St. Michael. They've gone all the way to the finals undefeated. They've waited to this moment to pick up their first defeat, and it is their most crucial defeat. St. Philip are the champions, and this is the winning moment. Kevion Newton, what an innings it has been from him. He's batted with patience, great awareness, and he was rightfully there at the end to see his team home. And great celebrations from the St. Michael and the St. Philip team, but it was St. Philip in the end who were crowned champions of the inaugural Barbados Community Cricket Programme Block T20 League. Yeah, so just to recap a bit, the first innings, St. Philip did well in the field, but even better with the bat. They're just now standing by for the trophy presentation.
So a fantastic night of cricket. St. Michael amassing 157 for 7 from their 20 overs. St. Philip getting the target for 159 for 3. A brilliant innings played by young Newton, who was involved in a very high and important match-winning partnership with Tennyson Roach. They put on 80 odd, and that was the changing factor in the game. They would have rotated the strike extremely well. They had some big overs. They would have targeted certain bowlers. So even when Marshall, who went for 11 runs in his first over, came back into the attack, they showed him a lot of respect, rotated the strike. They allowed him to just go for 3-4 runs and over. They didn't take any risks, any high risks against him, but they targeted the other bowlers in Chase, Jilts, Wood. They also tried to take on Jadan Jones, who would have created 2 chances that should have been taken. That could have possibly changed the momentum of the game in St. Michael's favour, and that reiterates the importance of taking catches. We always hear from a cricketing perspective, catches win matches. And those 2 drop catches that were put down by the St. Michael team were very critical at that stage of the game.
Yeah, and you have to applaud as well the batting approach from St. Philip. Yeah, Tennyson Roach really leading from the front. Played a very good innings. As you mentioned, the partnership with Kevion Newton, 80 odd runs. And those 2 more or less set the foundation for this victory here. St. Philip, the champions of the Barbados Community Cricket Programme Block T20 League, defeating St. Michael by 7 wickets.
So I'll give you a quick rundown. The St. Michael team 157 for 7 from their 20 overs. Jay Clark 2, Edwin Currency Barnett 15, Joshua Morris 34 off 32 deliveries. He would have struck 4 fours. Jadan Jones 38 off 40 deliveries. He would have struck 3 fours. Antoine Darrington 27 off 13 deliveries, 3 fours and 1 6. And the next notable contribution came from Shamar Marshall, 17 off of 8 deliveries with 2 fours and 1 6. I really did believe that he came too late to bat in the innings for the St. Michael team. They would have ever there from a tactical perspective. Marshall has been licking away the ball to all over the communities, all over the cricket ground, hitting the ball far and wide, and to bring him in at number 8 in this situation here of the game where the St. Michael team were off to a very slow start and then they were trying to catch up at the back end. I think that was a technical error. A tactical error that was made by the skipper. They should have given him a lot of opportunities to actually bat the 7 to 8 overs that were remaining. When he came out to bat, there were probably like 3 overs left in the innings.
Yeah, tactics and strategies all important. There you can see a shot of the St. Michael team perhaps discussing where it went wrong for them in this final. Yeah, the captain, Joshua Morris, in there leading the discussion. But in the end, credit to both teams. We've seen a high quality cricket final here. And a good tournament comes to an end. And it really has not only been about the tournament, but about the program and being able to develop and improve young cricketers and young Barbadians throughout the island. So a very fantastic initiative. And we're just about to head on over to Wayne Holder. We'll be doing the post-match presentation, of course, and the trophy presentation as well.
Just to quickly run through the St. Philip innings, 159 for 3 from 18.1 overs. Tennyson Roach, 43 off 43 deliveries, 1-4, 1-6. Cavion Newton, 62 off 41 deliveries with 2 4s and 4 6s. And then Najee Bishop, the next notable contribution, 24 off of 10 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s. 159 for 3 off of 18.1 overs. So the St. Philip team are the inaugural champions of the BCCP Block T20 competition. Congratulations to them again.
Over to Wayne now for the post-match presentation and a trophy presentation as well.
And good evening, each and everyone. On the behalf of the Barbados Community Cricket Program Organizing Committee and the members of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, we do thank you, each and every one of you, for joining us for the culmination as what has been a new addition to the cricket landscape here in Barbados, and one that has proven to be a success, and from the looks of it, one that we're going to see for a long time to come. We first of all would like to say, show our appreciation, I believe, to all the teams that participated. 11 parishes participated. It came down to 2 tonight. I'm sure we would want to show our appreciation to those players and the teams that gave us the kind of entertainment that we enjoyed since July 28th until tonight. It is my pleasure to introduce our presentation party, and I'm going to call them by rank. I'm going to start with the Minister of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, of course, the parliamentary representative for the St. John constituency. Even if he doesn't have credentials as a cricketer, he certainly carries an iconic name in cricketing terms. Mr. Charles, the Honorable Charles Griffith. From his ministry, we've got Mr. Stephen Rowe, a sports development officer at the end of the line, and of course, to Mr. Rowe's left, the Deputy Director of the National Sports Council, Mr. Emerson Bascom. We've also got Mr. Courtney Brown, who is the Tournament Director, and of course, doesn't need a lot of introduction as far as our cricketing exploits are concerned. And then last but certainly no means least, the man who has been there throughout, the man on the ground and getting his hand dirty throughout the tournament, Mr. Anthony Morris, the Chief Operations Officer of the competition. We are going to start the ceremony, the presentation, of course, by asking Mr. Rowe to come forward and join us to present some prizes and medals, particularly. We are going to start with the officials of our tonight's game. Our score statistician, we're going to begin with her. We're going to face the camera. Sanchia Barrow, our scorer statistician for tonight's final. She's the one responsible for tallying all the data and the other information. Well done, Sansu. Thank you. The umpires for today's final. On field, Messrs. Dave Thompson and Shamar Boyce, coming forward in that order to receive their medals of appreciation. That's Dave Thompson, Shamar Boyce, and the reserve tonight, Tremaine Prescott. There are also some medals to show some appreciation to some very important people. I think sometimes they tend to get neglected in the scheme of things. But the groundsmen who would have prepared these playing fields throughout the duration of this tournament, I think they too deserve their moment in time. We've got 3 of them here tonight, I am told, and I'm going to ask Mr. Philip Barrow, Kevin Moore, and Charles Antrobus. I've been told that these 3 are among us to receive their respective medals. This is the man that prepared that placid surface for the night's final. But it appears that we've only got one of those groundsmen, so we're going to thank you. Oh, Mr. Barrow is coming, I'm told. And Mr. Moore, you can start making your way immediately after Mr. Barrow. Very well done. Must not have been an easy job with the showers around, particularly at night. I've witnessed a lot of these games, and it was a lot of hard work, I can assure you. These men deserve everything that they would get. So well done to you, gentlemen. Thank you once again. And we thank Mr. Rowe for his part played. And next we're going to ask Mr. Bascom, the Deputy Director of the National Sports Council. He's going to make the presentation, first of all, of the silver medals to the runners-up team. In this case, the St. Michael team. I'm going to ask the captain, Joshua Morris, to come forward first of all to receive his medal and then maybe help me out with identifying a few of the other players. So join Joshua Morris, the captain of the St. Michael team, the runners-up in the inaugural competition. The St. Michael team who had played unbeaten up to tonight's final and losing at an inopportune time, I would like to believe. So gentlemen, come forward. I know this one. This is Jay Clark. Just keep coming. Ethan Wood. Shaquan Paris. Look at the camera, please. Rivera Cottle. Sherrod Thompson Lashley. Nathan Ford. Sarek Jilks. Jaden Chase. Shamar Marshall. Edwin Currency Barnett. And I was told that I should mention one of the century makers of the competition. The only century maker in the competition. Akeem Cobbin. Jadan Jones. Anton Darlington. And Coach Dario Cummins. There's also a prize, Mr. Cummins. Well, yourself or the captain. I think Joshua better come for this one. The runners-up prize in the competition, a check for 5,000 Barbados dollars, received by the captain, Joshua Morris. Thank you, Mr. Bascom. I will ask the minister to make the final set of presentations. Of course, winners get gold. And Najib Bishop, you can join us here to receive your medal, your gold medal of the St. Philip team. Then you will ask you to join me here just for some identification purposes. Kamari Griffith is the first up. Latrell Greenwich. Shamari Gittins. Rashawn Ramsey. Akobi Critchlow Bayer. Ajani Watkins. Micah Williams. Zachary Carrington. Lamar Springer. Devontae Thompson. Stephon Griffith. Tennyson Roach Jr. Kevion Newton. And bringing up the rear, the victorious coach, another white ball championship to Jafari Toppin. Thank you, Najee. Congratulations. Stay here with me, though. You don't go too far. There's a matter of a prize of some 10,000 Barbados dollars. A check for 10,000 Barbados dollars that goes to you and the St. Philip outfit. And still you don't leave, because we now have to pronounce the winners. History made here tonight. The winners of the inaugural Barbados Community Cricket Program T20 cricket competition. St. Philip to receive the trophy. Najee Bishop receiving that trophy on the behalf of the St. Philip side. Congratulations, well done. As I said, it's history being made. You are the first ever champions, and there's ever be only one first. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much. Congratulations for you and your team for conceptualizing this tournament, and we look forward to seeing it go even bigger and better as the years go on.
So there you have it. Confirmation, St. Philip are the champions of the Barbados Community Cricket Program T20 Block League competition, defeating St. Michael by 7 wickets. What has been a very entertaining final here at Gall Hill in St. John. Final thoughts, Andy Payne?
A very interesting game, a very important game. It was very well attended by the spectators. I tell you what, the tournament has got a lot of potential, and Courtney Brown, Anthony Morris et al., they should be very, very happy as to the work that they've carried out this year and getting this competition off the ground. I tell you, Anmar, the players there, they really enjoyed it. I had a word with quite a few players, and they said it was a fantastic tournament as shown here tonight in the final. A lot of good talent on show. You can see some fans there, they're just enjoying themselves. This is the winning St. Philip team, I can tell you about. They've played some fantastic cricket. What a very, very good knock there by that man, Kevin Newton, and team. A good partnership with Tennyson Roach Jr., and they really were the better team tonight, Anwar. So that's all I can tell you. They really, really enjoyed this tournament. St. Michael, on the other hand, coming unbeaten up to the final, and just couldn't go that final hurdle to lift the trophy. But all in all, I can say it was a fantastic tournament. The initiative be excellent.
So St. Michael batting first, got up to 157 for 7 from their 20 overs. And then it was a turn for St. Philip. They reached the promised land, 159 for 3. And there it is, the confirmation. St. Philip are the champions of the Barbados Community Cricket Program Block T20 League for 2025. On the behalf of our producer Jalea Bess and our director David Blenman, it is goodbye from Gall Hill in St. John. We hope to see you soon.